What is up? What is up? What is up? Soul Peeps, Grand Rising, Hood Afternoon. Um, yeah, I know, last minute. But I was pondering because I was just like having a restless night. And, we had a full moon. We still have that energy here now. It's a full moon in Sagittarius. So that energy is it's a little spicy there. Not in a Scorpio spicy kind of way, but in a because Sagittarius is a fire sign, so we have fire. The moon is essentially a water element, so you have the water signs: Cancer, Scorpio, um, Pisces, going through it, and the signs of Sagittarius may be feeling some kind of anxiety, because that's what I was getting last night while I was wrestling and tussling and turning and all the things that um salute to everybody that's coming in. So please make sure to hit that like button um when you come in. And I grabbed some cards because I was like, I don't know if I want to do any cards today, but why not if we have people here? I didn't do the open mic thing, the open how you call it, to a link. So I unfortunately won't be having you all come through and speak your piece. But nonetheless, you guys can definitely, you're more than welcome to conversate in the chats. I don't plan on being on here long. I always say that, but you know how it is. So anyway, we are in Friday the 13th. Today happens to be Friday the 13th. And, for some people, they get spooked out by hearing that. There's this, old wives' tale of it being superstitious and it's an unlucky day. And what other stuff do they have that they say behind it? And remember, when these calendars were being constructed, guys, that first of all, the calendars are based um, off of the lunar calendar. So loon and its cycle. It really wasn't until the Gregorian calendar and the Nicene Creed and all those Roman Catholics changed the paradigm of the shifts with the calendar. It all had to do with casteism and classism and making things stay backwards or stay in time. Sort of say that's where the word race comes into play. So it really had nothing to do with milestones in the building. Salute, salute, thank you. It really has nothing to do with when we hear words like race and people and so forth and so forth. I can't. I'm not on StreamYard, so I don't get to highlight you guys as on the camera there. That sucks. I just was. I'm kind of fogged right now, so I was like, let me just use regular YouTube and come up here really quickly and talk about Friday the 13th, being that that's right up my alley with all kinds of spookyisms when it really isn't. So again, the people who created the Gregorian calendar, they gave us 12 months instead of 13 months. Um, they gave you 12 days. Excuse me, it's the 13 days. They gave us the 12. Um, when a woman's giving birth, it's not 9 cycles. I think it's like 10 months or something like that. Although she can go up to 10 months. But what I'm trying to say is that they used these Masons, changed things around to make things better for them in a timely fashion. What they essentially did was change the whole calendar, the Coptic calendar, around for them to fit their intention. Now, you also may have heard of the Mayan calendar or the Ethiopian calendar. And so depending on who and what you're subscribing to, we may not even be in the right calendar year. Focus is in the building. Salute, salute. So how do I show? Aw, it doesn't show. You know how on StreamYard you could highlight the person and it'll come up on the screen. I just did regular YouTube, guys. So does Friday the 13th mean anything to people? Are you like highly superstitious? You can answer me in the chat. I didn't do an open link, so you guys can come up here. But like, how well is Friday the 13th or any what they call bad luck stuff mean for you guys? Does it mean anything? Is it like, you know, just another day? Is it a lucky day for some? Some say that Friday the 13th is a very unlucky day. I beg to differ. I'm about to be out there playing some numbers and seeing what we can do. You know what I mean? So when you break the number 13 down in its lowest form, that has to deal with building, right? So cooperating, also could be something about structures and standing still. So it's not always a negative thing, but again, we're going by somebody else's calendar. So they feed us the narrative of what they want us to follow along with. You know, remember back in the days when we were kids and you know, step on the crack, you break your mother's back, right? So we would all be like, damn it, why you did that? Now my mom's back is gonna be stupid shit. Or you see a black cat crossing your path, it's like, oh, bad luck. Meanwhile, I got a black cat in my house. What was the other thing? Don't have an umbrella open in your house because that causes bad luck. um what are some other things that y'all heard that was considered bad luck? So they say breaking the candle, or not a candle, breaking the mirror, you get 7 years of bad luck. Don't walk under a ladder, that's bad luck. Don't split the pole between somebody. I still say this to this day. So anytime I'm walking with my kids or my husband and we're holding hands and there's a pole that comes in the way, we'll break our hands and we'll go peanut butter and jelly, or or peanut butter, something along to that effect. Like that means anything. Like really, does that all mean anything? So, how do these superstitions play a part in our everyday life? Well, I gotta tell you guys that Faith is in the building. Salute, salute. Let me see if I can highlight. I can't. That's so sucky that I can't like highlight you guys the way I could if I was in StreamYards. But salute to you. Yeah, we had a full moon. We're coming off of that energy right now. It is a full moon in the sign of Sagittarius, and we're also conjuncting that now. I'm not an astrologer, so forgive me if I'm speaking out of term. But Jupiter is conjunct now with Cancer. So anybody that has a Cancer placement, especially your sun sign, your rising sign, your Venus, and your moon, you're going to have a blissful year to start, especially I think it started around June 6th. And what that means is Jupiter is the planet of expansion. There could be some kind of discipline there, but it's generally about moving on and moving forward and broadening the horizons. And Cancer is the mother sign of the zodiac. So think of a mother, her belly expands, right? She's holding another body inside of her, waiting to release this life into this plane. So for some of us, well, most of us, I would say, because Jupiter is going to be a collective thing. But if you have Cancer in your chart, especially the four major placements, you're going to be hit with a lot of stuff, great things, abundance, in regards to relationships, whether it be with your family, whether it be with a significant other, with your children. If you don't have children, this may be the opportunity for some women to look into possibly getting pregnant. Finances is on the horizon, and I know that especially in the Chinese New Year, that the Cancers were getting a really bum of a time, bad, just really low time for them the last 6 months, or maybe even a year, or maybe even the past 5 years. So with Jupiter coming in to rescue fellow Cancerians, because they're one of the strongest, dependable out of the zodiac, and as small as they are, they carry quite a weight with them. I always say you would want to have a Cancer as your best friend, because these people will uh, take all your stories with them to the grave. They'll help you, you know, put the body somewhere, sort of say, you know. They're understanding, they're passionate, they can be patient depending on what it is. Great listeners. Some say Cancers are emotional manipulators. Um, I guess who isn't though? I feel like Cancers do that as far as it being something to get out of something. So they'll just like, you know, come up with something. I don't want to make Cancers seem like saints or anything, but they genuinely do have a good disposition, man and females. The males, I can say, are a little more selfish in some ways. They are definitely, Cancers love to have their alone time. They're not lonely. They're introverted people, but they do like to come out and hang out and be the live of the party. I mean, shit, they were born in the summertime, so they definitely like to get up on it. But they're introverts, and um, do not rock their peace. Let them come out on their own time. Don't force them about doing anything, because they will do it and they will get the job done. So as Jupiter is in Cancer right now, you will see that Cancer um, will budge to their, they beat to their own drum, because Cancer is the leader, the cardinal of all water signs, so they are the leaders. But Jupiter is giving them this extra push of, yes, you can do this, you got this now, you can make these things happen. And that's going to make Cancer feel good, because I feel like some of us have been in a little slump, some of us have been a little depressed. I'm speaking for myself personally. I have definitely been in a slump in the past 2 years with losing my father unexpectedly. So it's just like, and then my aunt just 2 years just back in May. Um, and the fact that I was like almost secondhand man to my aunt, and with my father, I was his sole care provider. So all that type of due diligence and being there, and you know being there for your family as best as possible can take its way, on top of you having your own family that you have to take care of, right? So it can take its toll. For some, we might have been losing some money while doing this, taking care of our family members, or there could have been greater expenses that were happening, that it just, you did what you had to do. And so Jupiter in Cancer is giving you the reward back of, you did it all. This was all on you. So it's giving you a tap on the back, and going to be blessing you for the year. So use it wisely, use that energy wisely. Don't piss it away, don't dawdle it away, because this energy won't come back again until another 13 years from now. All right, it's a very slow moving energy, and that's not its natal planet. But it works well with the moon, because the moon is an ebb and flow energy, and it gives us peace, and so it works out perfectly there. um Ronan's in the building. Salute. Friday the 13th should be a day of celebration, but fear and suspicion was taught to keep people afraid. Of understanding the breakdown of the symbology of 13. I am him, Big Gas. Salute, Wagwan. Wally's in the building. Salute. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the drop down where y'all can get up and talk. my bad, my head, that's what I'm saying. This Sagittarius moon is like, it almost felt like it doesn't belong together, if that makes sense. Because Sagittarius is a fire energy. It is a mutable energy, so it goes with the flow, and the moon is a flowing type of energy, but it's like too much. And I tell y'all, I was like tossing and turning, tossing and turning. I felt like I was in an ocean. It just was like, all right, already, enough. Um, but it's giving us a good expansion as well, because Sagittarius, they are about movement and, you know getting up and getting things done and doing what needs to be done. They'll stick it out in the long run with certain things, but after a while it's like, if I see no growth, why am I here? They're not like a Cancer or Taurus or Leo or Pisces, where they kind of, they'll stick it out through and through. Like, once Sagittarius got their mind up, they start plotting and putting a plan together to see how they can execute and start making things happen for themselves. Because they're like free agents, if you will, free birds. They just, they like to travel and they like to get out there and be out of the world. So that's why I said this dynamic with with Cancer and Sagittarius, it's almost like, I want you to stay. And Sagittarius is like, no, I got to spread my wings. And Cancer is like, but I like it here. I like you. And Sagittarius is like, yes, I do too. But, we got to keep this moving. So it's a very weird spot for it to be in. Any other thoughts of what with Friday the 13th, or just if, without having disclosed Masonry, and let's be clear, we know that Masonry isn't bad. It's the people behind using it that we won't say their names. They're the ones that's using it for devilment. But they work with numbers and how they can build and things of that nature. So yeah, so we'll hear. And I think that's just to frighten the masses. That's like a frightening tactic. We won't let them know about 13, but 13 is where they build. And remember, back in the days, and I mean way back in the days, when they were constructing elevators in buildings, there was never a 13th floor. They always considered it unlucky. So there was 12 and 14. Now, some buildings as of late do have a 13 to them. It doesn't mean, I honestly, I don't hold, I think if you use the intention to it, thinking that it's bad, it might just go backwards for you, right? But if you're not thinking of it, this is a bad number, this is a demonic number, I shouldn't be, paying this any attention, then yeah, you're going to get all twisted around. Crazy things. My mom and I had a conversation last night, and we're talking about religion. My niece had just recently gotten baptized, and she's older, so she's aware of taking on, coming into Christianity. Now, here's my thing with anybody that is a Christian or non-Christian. I don't wag my finger at anybody. I was there once upon a time. I did my 90 degrees to my 180, to my 180, to my 360. I'm back at me again. And I realized, like Dorothy, it's always been inside of me all along. No brick and mortar outside is going to take the place of my relationship that I have with the Creator. But some people feel like they need to have a form of discipline. They need to have a form of belonging. And so they go to, churches or mosques and things of that nature, as long as they feel like it's helping them get back on their square. And I don't mind that at all. I will never cast judgment or tell them that I don't want you around me. No, they're still humans. So Nicole's in the building. Salute, salute. Yeah, we're talking about what is up with this it's with Friday the 13th. I think that's lucky. I think that's lucky that it happened to be on a Friday. Friday also carries the sign Venus. So Venus is about love. It's also love for self, love for others. And money. So yes, when I said go do some scratch offs or hit the jackpot or do something like that, carefully though, responsibly, sure, because today's would be a very auspicious day. And Venus rules money, Taurus. So yeah, man, go get yourself a couple of scratch offs and see what happens. Don't let these people tell you, oh, it's spooky and it's scary and you're not gonna win because it's the devil. See, the thing with religion is that's what happens. It poo-poos you, it shoos you into saying, oh, that's wrong. So while my mother was telling me about the church yesterday, it's a Christian, I believe, non-denominational. I said, let me guess that they watch Wicked. She said, how did you know? I said, you do know Wicked has a witch in it, right? She's like, yeah. And I said, so was the minister watching it for research purposes? No, he took his 3 daughters. I said, see? So what happens is that religion, okay, and I'm going to choose my words wisely because I don't want to ruffle anybody's feathers that, are religious. I just want us to understand and overstand that these institutions and they have every right to make us feel a certain kind of way. They, as long as you're in the world, you'll participate with certain things. So in my mother's head, she was like, damn, but my daughter does tarot readings and she be, carrying because he was talking about, anybody who's wearing crystals and dabbling with the tarot, that's of evil. So my mother's like cringing in her seat on Sunday, like, my daughter got all that. It's okay. It's all right. It's written somewhere in the good book about these things, but they are tools. They are tools just like you would use a hammer or screwdriver to help you get to open up something, right? Now, I'm very mindful about what I'm doing and who and what I'm trying not to provoke, because those things are over my pay grade. So what I do, I guess you would say in entertainment purposes, but it's not for entertainment. I don't do it for shits and giggles. And I'm very selective when I do it, how I should do it, with whom I'm doing it with. Because I don't see it as a game for me. It's something that's been passed along in generations on my mother's side. And so I picked up the mantle. It's my responsibility to carry it and carry it well and carry it responsibly. And the person that I picked it up from was my great grandmother, and she went to church. She was a spiritual healer, tea leaf reader, but she damn sure was going to church every Sunday with her Bible. I'm sure she was going to Sundays, what they call during the weekday revival or whatever. So it's unfortunate because religion can get too dogmatic, right? And it's this, you got it. And for some people, they need that, right? Like going into the military. Some people need that form of discipline. They need to be told what to do all the time. But yes, tarot reading, using the Ouija board, which I don't do ever, because I know that's a big time no and a big time opening up a portal. Crystals, I see no harm in it because the crystals are part of the earth. There's crystals in the ground. I mean, if you start digging a little deep into the earth, you could see that there's crystals there. So this is earth made, Mother Nature, Source made that. It's not evil. It's your intention on how you're using it. Now, do I want to use this to start conjuring up some things? Well, then that's on you. Me, myself, I wear it for protection or just to make me feel good. I keep it around my plants. My children carry it around with them. And again, it's for protection. Nothing where I'm sending out evil intentions on somebody. I have no desire to send anything negative or evil out to anybody, even if I wanted to. Those days is over. When I grew up, as the Bible says, when I was a child, I played with childish things. And when I became a man, all childish things cease. So, no, I'm not wishing nobody harm. Just keep yourself away from me and we're good. That's all. So yeah, with these religions, they can become a little fanatic. They can become a little zealot, and those people I watch out for, because we've seen what those type of people do, saying that they're dying in the eyes of Allah, or you got Ted Bundy and David Koresh and whatnot. Who was the other one that blew up? Gave the Kool-Aid, Jim Jones and stuff like that. And he was a pastor and a pastor's son at that. So yeah, nah, you just gotta be mindful. Nicole says, I agree that form of discipline and routine and religion provides good for some people. I'm not religious, but I grew up in a religion. Yeah, and most of it, that's just it. Most of us grew up in a Christian household, right? So we can quote scriptures to people. We know what's right. We know what's wrong. We know what not to stay away from. What to stay away from and what to go to. Shoot, if anything, people keep talking about this movie Sinners, and I'm like, well, didn't it have vampires and stuff in it? But it was a whole bunch of Christian people watching that movie. I'm not one to judge. I just didn't have a feel to go and watch it. But that's why I stopped with the churches and the congregations as well, because it's like it'd be the biggest ones in there that are the biggest sinners, and then pop up to church next Sunday like, oh, I'm absolved. Shoot, TD Jakes said after they busted him about puffy parties and whatnot, he said, he stood up on the pulpit, he said, the God of blood has absolved me of all my wrongdoings. I was swallowed up in it. It's like, whatever. You shouldn't be, you're a pastor, you're a bishop. You should be nowhere near that kind of stuff. But money talks, bullshit walks. So he needs another new paint job for the attic. So he's going to Puffy's house and getting swallowed up, allegedly. So you gotta be careful with these people, because they be the first ones. Oh my gosh, she's using the cards. Oh my gosh, she carries crystals around with her. But did you see Wicked? That was such a beautiful movie. What's her name? Did a phenomenal job. Oh my gosh. And with Tyler Perry and yeah. Oh, what's his name? Coogler. Yeah. Y'all was running to go ahead and watch that. But I'm not judging. I'm just saying, see how it does. So that's why I don't care what anybody says about me if they have anything to say about what I do. Because I got ammo for them all day. And if you're not walking as so-called Christ did in these days, you don't need to be talking about anybody. I've seen chicks, including myself, go to a party Saturday night and sleep for like maybe an hour and roll up to church with our hoochie mama outfit on, spraying perfume, fixing ourselves, trying to, look right, and go sit in the back. Oh yeah. Been there, done that. So me now, at my point, I'm good. I made amends with that old way. I know that I have my direct line to my creator, and that's that. I don't have to go to shamans and preachers. I don't got to sit in a confessional booth. I don't got to do none of that. Ultra's in the building. Salute my brother. Peace. Driving the tap it. Okay, thank you. Yes, my family's Baptist. They made us. And then you be in church all day for what? For what? We're hungry. We're starving. You keep yelling at the kids to sit down. Mind you, they're hungry, but you got another meeting to attend. It's like, come on. Service. I'm Methodist. Our service was 3 hours long, and that wasn't talking or meeting with anybody. It was just, you had to give the bulletin notice and talk about the shut-ins, and then you had to break for Sunday school, and then you get on to the service. The service is like an hour. The sermon is like an hour. And in the Catholic churches, it's literally 1 hour. They do their singing and they give their benediction, they give their sermon, and they are out. And I was like, because I went to Catholic school for 9 years too. So, yeah, good times. But 3 hours, like how what's going on here? And my grandmother, she made sure to fix us a big breakfast because she knew we was gonna be sitting up there all day. Bacon, eggs, what was it? Farina, toast, coffee, tea, waffles. She was like, these kids have no excuse. Listen, we're tired. Like, we're tired. The church announcements, like, what? Pray for so and so because they, in the sick and shut in. And then you got to pass the basket around for the donations. Okay. But, it is what it is, and it helps people. Like I said, if that's what gets them up to go in the morning. I saw my great-grandfather diligently getting up where he was a senior usher board member, and he couldn't pass the collection plate or walk the aisles anymore. So they gave him his little seat right in the back. So he would give everybody the bulletin when they greeted him. Didn't miss church at all. And he was in his 90s. So it gave his purpose. He was a shepherd, a sheep, and faithfully. So yeah, people do that. That's for them. That's their walk of life. But I'm not gonna sit here and cast judgment or anything like that. I was there. But don't start running to me about what you doing is a witch class and you need to be saved and absolved and the. No, I know how to baptize my own self. Matter of fact, I just did. So now we're good. Thank you. I don't need anybody else laying their hands on me. I don't know what your hands is doing. So, but yeah, Friday the 13th, we're here today. I say, make the best of the day. If you can get a couple of bucks together and do some scratch offs and see what happens. Just put a little something in the collection plate for Foxy. Put a little something in the collection plate for Foxy. That's all. Yeah, have a good time with it. All right. So what else? What else are we doing? Ant Dog's in the building. Salute my brother Ant Dog. Salute. Crazy. But I wanted to know exactly, specifically, where that term, the Friday the 13th, came in. If anybody knows, if y'all know that, drop that in the comments. Because I myself am not familiar. I know, more or less to deal with the Gregorian calendar, but how was this all brought about? Whose stupid idea was it to scare people with it and say, no, don't go outside, or no, this is a taboo? Who said that? Who told you that? Let me see. Because I'm sure it had to do with the Christians, the Catholics. The Catholics don't want you to know nothing. Yet they be doing the most biggest, scariest rituals I've ever seen. You're like, what? What? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Stigmata. I've never heard of a Baptist or Methodist having that. Not to say that that doesn't exist, but I've never heard of a Methodist or Baptist, Episcopalian, Pentecostal say that they've suffered from stigmata. Y'all know what stigmata is? Brother Smitty's in the building. Salute, salute. It wasn't me. Please don't. Smitty, yeah. Do you know where this concept of Friday the 13th, or just 13? Yeah, it would be Friday the 13th. Where this concept came from? I'm trying to figure it out. I know it had to have been them. But yeah, I've never heard of a Christian Catholic, yes, but never anyone Christian or Quaker and Amish saying that they suffered from stigmata. And stigmata is the lesions that appear out of nowhere in the hands and the feet of where Christ was pinned up to the cross. And some would carry like the thorns. There would be like little marks on their head. I don't know how that happened, but it would be the Catholic people doing that, like the Catholic parishioners. Because I swear I've never seen a movie or heard of a story outside of the Catholic Church saying people suffer from stigmata or having exorcists. And again, the exorcist can be ruled in other denominations, but stigmata is one of those that you're like, well, I never heard of my Episcopalian grandmother. I never saw no, welts on her hands besides whipping her children. Where is this all coming from? Again, it's almost like they scare us into certain things. Like, it's like, So you would love to. Yeah, and I didn't drop my link down, unfortunately. So this is not on StreamYard, just regular YouTube. But maybe if you want to continue this on your platform, I can come up there and talk with you, Brother Smitty. So according to Google, the superstition surrounding Friday the 13th as an unlucky day has roots in a combination of religious, cultural, and historic beliefs. One significant factor is the biblical account of the Last Supper. Interesting. Remember, they always tell us it was the 12 disciples. It was actually 13 disciples because Jesus is the 13th disciple. But see how they love to exclude the number 13 out because they keep making it that's unlucky. But in actuality, it is a lucky number. It was a very prosperous number, and it's in the feminine aspect of it. But they don't, when they started doing away with all the feminine and feminine hierarchies that were kings, will say that they were queens, but they had that position of being a king, or they had that position of being an empress. It wasn't, it to some wasn't favorable. So here you go, you got what's his name, Constantinople, Constantine, or what have you, coming in and making it more of a patriarch world, and that's why things got flipped upside down. But there are 13 moon cycles. So let's continue on. The biblical account of the Last Supper, where 13 people dined on Friday, including Judas, who betrayed Jesus and was the subsequent crucifixion on that day. Additionally, the mass arrest of the Knights Templar on Friday, October 13, 1307. Okay, so he was arrested. A mass arrest happened on that Friday, October the 13th. Okay, further cemented the association. Norse mythology also plays a role with the 13th god, Loki. And Loki brings chaos and death. These historical and cultural events, along with pre-existing negative associations in the widespread belief in Friday the 13th as an unlucky day. So that, the Europeans, the Christian Catholic Europeans brought all this about, again, to fear. It's more of a fear mongering thing than anything. Because, back in those ancient times, especially when Christ walked the earth, or Yeshua, there were other practices that were going on that they deemed pagan, which wasn't pagan at all. It was just their way of their religious beliefs and their religious studies, if you will, if we can call it religious. And when Christianity or Catholicism came along and took over and did their crusade, i.e. the Knights of Templar, they wanted everybody under the Roman Catholic Church. So they didn't want anybody being a Muslim. They didn't want anybody being, what was the other one that was out there at the time? There was like three major, or a Hebrew. So everybody had to fall into line and fall in suit with this Catholicism, and or they would put you into slavery if you didn't convert to being that. And so some people kept their practices, i.e. paganism, which isn't evil, because when you hear that word now, and if someone tells you, and if you tell somebody, well, I believe in paganism, they'll look at you like you're a heretic, you're a witch, right? But they made that word pagan so bad, when in actuality it's not. It's really, the pagans were giving homage to the trees, giving offerings for their dried crops. And they saw that the sun was God. It was able to give life. They gave thanks to the moon because the moon was the one who also could give life and bring in the water, the tides and things of that nature. So there would be a lot of ceremonies and rituals given into the water. So you would have like the deities Orisha, Yamaya, and Oshun in certain African, specifically East African cultures, Yoruba. But even here in the States, we also had very similar practices. We did those same things. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was us that took and carried that information out to the East. But that's another story, because that's so debatable. Because people do not want to hear that America is the true old world and we set the stage and gave the precedence for everything after. But if you look at in certain parts of Central America and South America, or even in the Colorados, you can see that they had their hieroglyphs was written, and it showed of how they were doing their ceremonies. And so you wouldn't say that that's pagan to them. But in layman's terms, yeah, it is pagan, but it's not pagan in the sense of it being evil. It was just a way of life, and the way there was no such thing as a religion back then. It was always ceremonial and real ritualistic things that took place back then. Nothing to do with, you know, God said. And there wasn't this Abrahamic religion going on. So it wasn't until it was 711 AD and Constantinople, you know, all of that out there with the Romans and Caesar wanted to conquest because they didn't want people to serve any other god but the God that they know. And it was a force of servitude and keeping these people subservient. And if they get out of line, you know, off with their head, or they'll be thrown in prison and stuff like that. So a lot of what's going on even to this very day has to do with religion and land. And that's how back then they usurped people for their land, because they showed them what this new religion was about. And lo and behold, it was more like evil to the original people of the lands. And they kind of got hoodwinked into it. And why did they get hoodwinked to it? Well, because the Europeans that were coming in doing all this hocus pocus business, well, they looked like the indigenous people of the land. So remove the coloring book of these people being Caucasians. The Caucasians, in fact, they were slaves to these swarthy royal European people. Please believe it, because that's another one, and that's where we got to get out of that spooky. Oh, these white people, these devils, this. No, it was swarthy looking, meaning copper complected Europeans coming over to what? Take over land. But they were Catholics, they were Christians, and so to the indigenous people, they are animals. They're uncouth. They don't have the wherewithal. They don't know anything. They don't know any better. Oh, but beg to differ, they do know. They have a whole civilization going on behind the scenes that you know nothing about. But you out here to take away their gold and their resources, etc., etc. And who better than someone that looks like you? You'd be more inclined to talk to this person because they look like you. They have the same, you know, complexion and hair texture. And so, yeah, sure, I'll you know, chop it up with you. We'll smoke the peace pipe. And when things started getting a little sideways, that's when they brought out the white serfs to come in and start taking the indigenous people and roping them up to being the slaves to come back to the European countries. But prime example of that is Christopher Cabal or Cologne, and he was from Italy. And he was being commissioned under Isabella and King Ferdinand. And these people weren't my complexion. They were very melanated, copper-colored, skin-complected people. Because you got to think back in where Italy's at, that's near the equator and near Africa. So, like, if we're sitting here still falling for that, oh, okie dokie, gotta wake up. We gotta wake up, because it wasn't them. It'd be somebody that looked just like you, that set the stage and set you up. So the chief Tupac Amaru of the Incas saw that this was what was happening, and he fought against it, because once he realized that they were going to try to, usurp the land and take over and then indoctrinate them into this religion. No, he fought back. He fought back, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed, and they killed uh, the Emperor Tupac Amaru and threw him into the volcano. But he fought. It was a very long standing battle because he once he realized what was really going on, because they say all skin folk is not your kinfolk. He then realized that I'm setting my people up for something that's not. It's not it. So yeah, there's a lot of history. It's in the books that they don't want you to read too much about. They talk about Friday the 13th. They even put it on the calendar as a reminder. They give you to you in the news as jokes, but they won't tell you the real history behind it all. They won't. They won't. They want you to be stupid about it. Ebony Locks. Ebony Locks is in the building. Salute, salute. I've never believed it because today is go shorty. It's your birthday. You're gonna party like it's your birthday. June 13th. Yeah, that's a lucky day right there. Just like 6/6 is a lucky day. So we're not letting these people hoodwink us out into thinking anything else. And, oh, this is wrong. This is bad. Not at all. Ant Dog says there used to be 13 months with 21 8 days. Yeah. And that was used by the that particular way of being used was for the lunar, because they counted that the lunar cycle every 13 months. So it's very interesting what they did. If anything, they were the real magicians. They were the crafty ones that knew how to flip things and turn things around and make it conducive to them, when all along, they're the master tricksters. So yeah, I don't fall for 13 being unlucky. I don't fall for, a black cat passes my way. I'm gonna have bad luck. If the mirror breaks in my house into pieces, I'm not going to have 7 years of bad luck. Once upon a time, I did think that, and I think and I actually was believing it for a minute. Like, damn it, everything is coming. Like, what the hell? And the only thing else I can say is, whenever we split a pole, if we're walking hand in hand, like, bread and butter, or I'll go back around the pole and they just be like, Mom, you do too much. But that's the undo. That's the undo. I still do it. I still fall into this shit. This is something I grew up with. All right. So, Ebony, since it is your birthday, I would like to grace you with a quick little mini reading if you are interested. It is your birthday, and I'd like to grace you with that. If you're not interested in that, that is okay by me. We don't have to do that. And I will not disclose everything. It's just a quick little mini reading, being that it is your birthday. If you are interested. So, yeah, just some superstitions. Do I walk on cracks? Yeah. My mom's back is good. It's been good. What's the other thing that I can say that I still do? Knock on wood. Like, knock on wood that, you got that something safe. It's almost like saying, like, God forbid, or just knock on wood, right? Then there's another one that I still use that's, oh my goodness. If like me and somebody else says the same thing at the same time, and it's like, Jinx, you owe me a soda. Like, where did we get this nonsense from? I don't know. But some of it still sticks, and some of it is just like, all right. But yeah, I don't ever fall for it being a bad a bad day. Um, let's see what else they had. What else they told us about Friday the 13th, and where is this history? So, say some in certain parts, it's telling that it's coming from the Norse gods, and then they're also telling us it's associated with uh, Yeshua and the Last Supper. So I don't know. Let's see here. Who else? Of course, they exploited it and gave us Jason Voorhees for Friday the 13th. Um, I'm sure a nice Christian person made that movie up. Yeah, so Friday the 13th, which occurs when the 13th day of the month is in the Gregorian calendar. So I was right, Gregorian calendar. What? Why did that happen? And it falls on a Friday. It happens at least once a year and sometimes up to 3 times a year. On average, one occurs every 212.335 days. Fear of Friday the 13th causes some people to experience anxiety, which can include physical symptoms such as increased heart rate, sweating, breathing rapidly, or trembling. Psychotherapist Donald Doisy coins this term paraskeratropia. I don't know, it's Greek, guys. Derived from the Greek words paraskev and phobos, meaning fear, to describe the often paralyzing fear individuals experience relating to the date and to diagnose those who suffer from it. Mm-mm-mm. Friday the 13th and its association with bad luck was written about the 19th century France. Okay, so now we have a place. Most likely we can go back and be like, damn you, France, scaring us half to death. So Friday the 13th is associated with bad luck, was first written about in 19th century France. An article published in 1834 in the French literary magazine Revue de Paris by Italian author Marquise di Salvo refers to a Sicilian count who killed his daughter on Friday the 13th. The article titled Le Chateau di Carnini states it is always Fridays and the number 13 that bring bad luck. A character in a French play from the same year, Les Finicis, the Rebulu, I don't know what they saying, uh, by Claude Louis Marie de Fort Rochefort Luque and Philippe Francois Pinel de Moore says, I was born on a Friday, December 13th, 1813, from which came all of my misfortunes. If I'm not mistaken, I think what's his name? Tesla was born on a Friday the 13th as well. Nikolai Tesla. And it was a stormy night as well. Let me see. But his luck in the beginning was absolutely just right. Let's see if it says it here. No, well, he was born on the 10th, so no, but he was born in a um not a tornado. He was born in some type of summer storm or whatever. So, but he definitely brought some luck on that day. I think he was the 13th child. That's what it is. He was the 13th child. So, okay. So what do we have? What do we got going on here? Because anything that has happened in their lives, and they're there to just these oracles are affirmations to remind you that yes, it's okay, and take your time with your grieving process. Do get help when you feel like everything is overwhelming. Um, so that's in my website if you're interested for a purchase. And yeah, that's about it. Otherwise, I don't got nothing else cooking. Just chilling, waiting for my little one to graduate. She's gonna be graduating from high school, so it's a big milestone. Oh, does anybody want to get move? My pink sugar's in the building. Salute, salute. Does anybody want to get a little mini reading while I'm up here? You could just let me know in the chat. Hold on a second. Somebody's ringing my doorbell. Who is it? Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, she caught it live. Love it, love it, love it. Now your business is in the building. What's your take on Friday the 13th? Do you get freaked out by it? Does it bother you? Do you even think about it? Do you think it's a lucky number? Antoine says he wants a little mini reading. Let us know in the chat. And I guess to close out, we will do a Friday the 13th little mini reading. How about that? Get some luck in here. So just write your name in the chat and if you're interested in getting a mini reading. Okay, so let's go ahead and start off with my brother Antoine. Let's see what we got here. No, I won't use the tea. The tea deck is spicy. I'll use another deck for you, Antoine. Okay. Yeah. And don't worry, I don't go too deep into the reading so that, it's personal, but it's not personal because everybody's. I was taught by my mom that 13 was fortunate. Nice. Was a fortunate, abundant number. We love Friday the 13th because it was my, oh, bless up to your mommy. Smart woman, because a lot of us was told, spooky, spooky, spooky. Don't let the church get involved. Nothing wrong with the church now, but Mm-mm-mm. They try to keep you away. All right. Okay, Pink says, Pink. Ronan, you want a reading? Sprayzilla. You want a reading? You haven't had a reading. Okay. So what is this message here for? Oh, right away. From my aunt dog. Okay. So I like that you have Archangel Michael coming out for you in reverse. Nikki says another one. Okay, hold on. Let me get you. And another one. And another one. Who else? I'm good. My B-Day's next week. So I ain't gonna be doing that too long. Catch it now. Get your reading now, old head. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You out there and all up in the freaking Amazon with dragons and you scared a little reading. Rosnetta's in the building. Got you. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so for Ant Dog, this is Ant Dog's reading first. You have the Ace of Swords here in reverse. All right, so anytime we see the swords, that's fast moving, that's action. I equate it to be Archangel Michael's sword, so there's for protection. It says triumph, success. So middle of the deck is the Six of Wands, or the Knight of Swords, rather, the Knight of Wands, suffering in silence, and then trapped in fear here, bottom of the deck. So you could be holding back something that is really detrimental, or it's almost like if you say something that as deadly as it could be, or as, because sometimes our words hurt, they cut like steel. And it's almost like you're holding back from saying something or some things to people that could essentially like sever ties. All right, but you have some protection here. Let's clarify a little bit more what is going on. Because it's giving me like you're feeling trapped of speaking your mind and saying your mind for fear of hurting somebody else's feelings. So this stuff is like just it's bottled up inside you, and it's making you like regret, or just feeling like, should you say it? Like, this is really going to mess our relationship. This doesn't have to do with a significant other. I'm just saying, even with friends, right? Because here, this man is sitting here, trapped in fear. And that's 8, and that has to do with karma. So it could be something that you are calling out on somebody, but they may not receive it the right way, and you're sitting on the hand of truth and justice. So it could be your deliverance on how you say that the other person might not take it receptively, and so that can cause some issues. So you're sitting there pondering, like, now how should I say this? How could I word this that it's not going to affect us? But sometimes it's hard. It is really hard. Because this could have been something you've been sitting back on for a very long time. You got the 9 of Cups, and the 10 of Pentacles. This has to do with family members. So it could be like a brother, a cousin, clarifying this. You're not happy about it, but something needs to be done. Maybe it has to be maybe it's about talking about, like, if there's an elder that's up in age, and having to talk about what their final wishes are, or what you're going to do with the home and things of that nature. There may be 2 people in the family that just don't see the eye to eye. You might be you may be excuse me, you may be the one that's the more clear-headed one, and everybody else is kind of in their emotions. And that happens when things like that, with family members. But you know what? You're just gonna have to bite it in the bullet and speak your piece, and not worry about what they're going to say, because I feel like you're the one that's the level-headed person. And if this has to do with an ailing parent, or an ailing grandparent, or someone who's dying, the whole family can't be in emotions. There has to be 1 or 2 level-headed people that can execute out, whatever family plans are. And you could be dealing, this is like a sister or cousin or daughter who doesn't want to participate. They could be very selfish into their own ways. You got the 10 of Pentacles here. So know that there will be financial help for you, or help towards the family. But, you may just have to be the one to just speak the piece. It's probably going to come out blunt, but it needs to be heard. You get to doing what you have to do, and that's that. nothing more and nothing less. Everything, once it's pulled into place, and even if that's not happening at this very moment, it's good to plan ahead so that you're not circling around, spinning around in circles trying to figure out, okay, what do we do for mama, or what do we do for, sister, whoever it is that may be going through something. Instead of waiting to the last minute, it's let's plan ahead now. Let's be smarter with this, right? Because with the sword here, the Ace of Swords, that's about knowing what the right thing to do is. That's about the justice. That's about using your intuition, using your God gift intuition to know, you know what, let's start talking about this now. Let's start getting things in place now so we don't have to wait for later on. All right. If that makes sense for you. Ooh, Sister Joelle's in the building. Salute. Okay, so if that makes sense, and dog. All right, cool. Okay, so then let's move ahead. I do want to get another. Let me just get you my angel oracle for you, Aunt Dog. Hold on. Because this is like divine intervention, but it's like you probably knew this, you probably had to sit with it, but now is the time. Now's the time to get it on. Sister Jewel, I'm doing mini readings. If you're interested in getting one, you can hang out with us for a mini reading on Friday the 13th. Let it be a positive reading. Okay. So, your card, be assertive. All right. It was in reverse, but I feel you don't want to ruffle feathers and stuff. Like, you don't want to get in the mix of it. And it may not be, you might be the cousin to the siblings, and it's like, well, I don't really have any part in it, or you are like a sibling. It's just, you're the chill one. You don't really speak up, and now it's the time to speak up and start making plans and plan ahead, plan accordingly. All right. So being assertive and not being nasty, you know how to talk to people without being, they may take it the wrong way. They may feel like, oh, he's being assertive. We're just getting stuff. We're just putting things into action. All right. All right, so that was for my brother Anzor. Good luck with that, because I was just getting over that, and it's crazy. Okay, so for my sister Pink, let's get you. What deck do I have here? All right, let's use the intuition psychic oracle. We won't get messy. Because I do have one here. What's the T? That one is like, what? I bring that out every once in a while. Okay, so what's the message here for my Pink? Pink delicious. Hey, somebody's trying to interrupt your reading. See that? Nosy. Some scam likely. All right, so what is the message? Okay, so you got the Hermit. All right, solitude in reverse, number 9 here with the endings. So right in the middle of that is spiritual strength. Spiritual strength, and bottom of the deck is the waiting game. So this almost is kind of reminding me about when we did the personal reading and how you need to get back into, tapping in with that side. The Hermit card here is about seeking that knowledge, um, maybe doing more of that meditation. It's you having to be, even if you are around other people, it's like maybe just like taking a step away for like a few minutes and then like just tapping in with yourself. But mostly it's like you really have to be by yourself. Um, because there's going to be another turn of events for you, not in a bad way. It's going to be in the spiritual way, and this is going along exactly with the reading that we did. It's more on that spiritual side, because look, you have here the guardian, someone guarding, this big guardian over that person, and that's the spiritual strength. So this new um era, if you will, is calling for you to tap in more towards being in tune with yourself. Let me clarify what that is about. Let's see here. And nines have to do with a completion and an ending. So there's a cycle that's coming up for you, but it's not on the physical aspect so much. It's more of a spiritual aspect, but using your intuition, there's going to be things that are unlocking for you, like family, the Akashic records, things that you need to remember that'll help you during this new cycle on the spiritual level. Clarifying that is, you got 10 of Pentacles too here in reverse. So this could be, oh, okay. With the Ace of Cups, middle of the deck, and there's some money being dropped into there as well. Didn't I say, I think in your reading, I said that something was going to be brought to you, like in the spiritual world, like the finances. I'm not sure if that was you. And then you got Eight of Pentacles again. Of course, Pentacles keep showing up in reverse. Um, so they want you to really be in tune with like your finances, also the children's finances. Nothing to be scared of. I think it's almost just like dotting I's and crossing T's and making sure things are all in the right places or where they're supposed to be. It may be that right now your focus is more like on the outside, more of worldly things, and not paying attention of what's going on the inside. um I keep hearing security, so maybe changing security locks, being more secure with passwords. You may have to have security, but like I feel like a security team, like a spiritual security team. What else? But it's not only for you, it's like for everybody. What else? Why is this eight here? Keeping a lot of stuff out of sight from other people. So, and I know you don't do that, but just FYI, maybe the kids do it, like not showing too much of any assets on TV or like social media, things like of that nature. Just being really protective of not showing any kind of expensive gadgets, things, showing money, just being very secretive, secure. I keep hearing that secure. Okay. What else? Why is this here? Yeah, the Five of Wands. Okay, clarifying this. The Ten of Pentacles is the Five of Wands, and that has to do with like conflict and confusion, um, combativeness. the Seven of Swords, and the Hermit card shows up again, bottom of the deck. So, moving in secrecy, some people may not even understand why you're moving the way that you are, but it's to protect yourself, protect your assets. There may be some new ventures coming up that doesn't need to be disclosed to everybody. And so therefore, maybe security cameras around, maybe hiring security guards, but definitely like keeping a lot of things out of public view for right now, for whatever reason, because I feel like it's not for everybody. Everybody don't need to know your business. And this could be within house. Somebody could see something online that somebody's posting and they're like, oh, they got that, but I thought they didn't have money and da 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 da. Stupid stuff like how family does. So be mindful, like maybe just telling the kids to like, yeah, it's cool that you do, but watch what you do. Because people are, you know what I mean? Like they get jealous and stuff. Like I have to do that with my kids too. Like don't show everything off. So yeah. All right. Does that make sense to you, my pinky? Okay. All right. So let's get you a oracle. Let's get you the angel oracle as well. Oh no, let's do a future oracle. Because I'm not really getting any bad vibes off of it. I'm just getting more like just dot your I's, cross your T's, be more protective. We also are coming into the summer months now and stuff. So a lot of stuff is, outside, protecting your everything. So if you have a dog, protect the dog too. Like make sure, it eats properly. It doesn't go into spots where it doesn't usually go. Just everything, like being the mother, we're Cancer. So we're going to be like overprotective. And now is the time. That's a good sign right now to be, is being overprotective. Just that there's no loopholes here. And Virgo energy is somebody like that, who they take account of everything. They fine comb tooth everything. That's a Virgo's trait, is like it's all in the details. So if you start planning it now, you don't have to worry about it later. Something like with ant dogs, plan for the future. Don't get caught up in there. All right, so you have the owl. There's a special message and great wisdom to be found during this period of transition. The owl 23 breaking down to 5. See, that's that wisdom, knowing before. It's like using your intuition. That's why you got to tap back in with intuition. Something may be blocking it, or there might be just like outside interference that's blocking your intuition. Your intuition is like, better. And so there's why you have to be like in solitude for a little bit, so you could tap back into that connection with intuition, because that's 5 there. That's that confusion, that's that chaos, confliction. There could be outside people trying to cause conflict and confusion with you, and you're like, what? Like, this is not making sense. And that's why you have to get, be solitude. And then the bottom of the deck says abundance. Lucky times are ahead of you, along with good news, success, and prosperity. Ooh, I love it. Because we're in Jupiter and it's in the sign of Cancer right now. And for Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus, we are going to have the best year of our lives. We're going to have this abundance in finances, friendship, family, fucking. I'm just kidding. But we're going to have a good time, Cancers. So that's going to be a good thing for us. All right, my pink. So that's your reading. Whoa, Lady Fresh is in the building. Salute. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Yes, I heard you got a visitor not too long ago. So nice. Doing quick mini readings. If anybody's interested, if you want to get a mini reading, it's all good. Okay, so we got Pink. Nikki, you're up next. Let's get you, love. Okay. And Baby Fresh, if you have time for a little quick mini reading, I got you. Okay. Yeah, pink. Just you gotta like be in that hermit mode when nobody's around. Like, yo, that's what I did. I didn't have anybody around, and for like an hour, I've been playing this Metatron's Hertz's. I took like a spiritual bath, and I just was like cleansed out the house. My head was just like foggy, and I was wrestling all night in my sleep, not having a good sleep, and it was a full moon, and I was just like, what the hell? Okay, so I just had to clean my spiritual system out. It's like old days, right, Lady Fresh? Like old days. Okay. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. Um, Nicole, did you want a quick mini reading? Or Nunya? Anybody else? Because then that'll be it. Um, Wally. I don't know, Wally, if you still here. All right. So good. Yeah, anybody else? Y'all could just put your name in the chat and I will look you up. All right, so this reading is for Nikki. Okay, some cards dropped out showing me something to do with your solar plexus and your head, your crown chakra. So you could be out of sync with some things there, but let's see what else is going on. Okay. Positive movement forward. So that could be like, trusting your intuition, your gut, mind over matter. So your card is positive movement forward, 6 of Swords, number 8 here. So 8 is about abundance, blossoming, and or karma. Then you also have middle of the deck is moving on. And I think we talked about that in your reading. And we also have balance, the Justice card here in reverse. All right. So, things are taking its time, but they'll be moving positively. You'll be moving forward into calmer waters, into the sunlight, most likely during the June, July, August, mainly Cancer and Leo season is where you'll really be getting your quote unquote victory. Things will be looking up for you then. Let's clarify a little bit more for you. 6 of Swords is always about victorious and victory. And that's where the other cards I saw was the head like a little off and the solar plexus off. So right now you could be in a place of confusion with all that's going on. It makes sense. It's okay though, but just know as you're going forward, you're steering in the right direction by moving forward, putting in plans, whatever it is that you need to do. Swords have to do with intuition, also have to do with trust and truth. So know that you're in the right direction there. Yeah, 2 of Wands. So just worried about where to go, what to do. You got the Justice card showing up once again. So just know what we talked about behind the scenes. That's going to be happening. Okay. You got the Justice card, middle of the deck. And bottom of the deck is the Knight of Wands. So the wands have to do with passion, has to do with action. So in all due time, things are going to be playing out. Things are going to be moving accordingly. Actually, this is not the 2 of Wands. This is the 10 of Wands. So this is endings. No more your burden or whoever's burden is being placed on you You're moving forward. You may be even moving across um, either the country, across the world, but you're leaving your cares behind. So there's a path that's being lit for you with God, Creator, Source, that's making this happen for you. There's this path that's opening up for you. And so, again, you may be feeling a little confused, a little like unsure of things, but just know that God orders your steps. So everything's happening in divine timing. Okay. What else do we have here? If you are a parent, there's a child, this child will be coming with you if you're planning on moving, or they're just going to be really supportive and being very close to you during this time. Clarifying also, this 10 of Wands is the Page of Cups and the Chariot. So Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy, but specifically Pisces and Cancer showing up. Definitely a move, either again, outside of from where you live at now to either maybe a city-like environment, or maybe the opposite. But I definitely see some moving for you, new opportunity. Things are going to be slow at first. The pace is going to be slow, like it should, and then start moving its way up. The Page of Cups is about a messenger coming in for you. This could be a Cancer, Pisces, water sign, giving you some kind of message there. Could be a message of love, because this could be a new person for you. And you got Judgment. I mean, come on. You got the Knight of Wands here in reverse. All right. And bottom of the deck is Judgment. So you got Justice twice and Judgment. I don't need to say anything else. You know what the dealie is. You got the Two of Pentacles right underneath that, and then the Page of Pentacles right underneath that. So that's that decision that needs to be made, in regards to finances as well. And then right underneath that, you have somebody coming in to give you an offer. They may want to express their love, but they may also want to solidify their love with you, i.e. maybe get an engagement or something to that effect. Again, it's a slow moving process. It's not something overnight, but this is something that's going to be coming along the line, should you choose to. If not, you can be like the Chariot, Miss Thing, and get on that motorcycle and keep it moving, blazing out like, I'm good, I'm out. I don't need nobody, nothing. I got my kids, or what? If you have kids, like, look, you're good. Everything is good for you. All right. Let's get you the angels oracles for you, because you need those. You need the angels there, your guides. What are y'all whispering about? No, Lady Fresh, it's all good. It's Friday the 13th. That's a good luck sign. See, Pink, stop sleeping on them. That's what you got to do. Okay, so let's get you an oracle, Nikki, and then we'll be finished with your reading. The next will be Rosnetta, your reading, and then Lady Fresh. Again, if you're interested in getting, yeah, it is Friday 13th. If you're interested, anyone that's still here, and you would like to get a mini reading, you see, these are my regulars, my old schoolers from way back when. They've been here. They know what it is. If you're a little scared, it can be a little scary, but I promise you that I will not divulge too much of your information. When I see something shouldn't be talked about, I will not talk about it. But just to get you a little Friday the 13th message, why not? Okay. So let's get a oracle here. Wow, I really like that message, Nikki. That is like picking up from where we left off at. And remember, you were like, no, you're not going to be here until. And I'm like, look, ta-da. Spirit let me to come through. Now you got confirmation again. That's so crazy. Wow. It is, right? Best combination. Shoot. might as well take advantage of it. See what we got out of it. Okay. So we got, wow. So we have be assertive, just like with the Ant Dog's card was also in reverse. Be assertive. So right now is like not the time to, you're doing what you have to do, moving accordingly, and with all parties, just not being assertive because things is taking its time, it's working its way through. But you also have within the next few months, and I said that before. Also, ask for help from others, not only from your physical people, but from your spirit guides, your ancestors, your departed loved ones. They're there, they're around, they're here to help you, especially in these times of, grief and going through a lot of stuff. There's a parental a figure here. This could be mother and father, or grandfather and grandmother, or aunt and uncle, someone that was really close with you, and they're there as your spirit guide. And also source creator, if anything, like that's where we get our inspiration. That's who we need to lean on when we're going through times of insecurity, and we don't know what to do, and we're scared and we're worried. That's what we do. So definitely ask on your friends and family, but more like your spiritual friends and family, because this is where you're going to get the guide. This is where you're going to get the, okay, because yes, our friends, our family can give us pep talks and it does make us feel good. But then in your quiet moment, when you're in your bed, 2 o'clock in the morning, I highly doubt you. I mean, you may be able to pick up the phone and talk to somebody, but that call could be to them on the other side, and just sitting and listening. And they may not respond right away, but just know that you have guides there for you. Okay. All right. So that was your reading. And let's move on to my beautiful Rosnetta. Well, I haven't done this in a while. Feels good. It feels good. Yeah. It feels good. Okay. So, Rosnetta and then my Lady Fresh. You're very welcome. Yeah, pretty much. We ball and stay humble. That's it. That's what we're doing. Just ball and stay humble. These are the best times, because that's when things will start coming to you. You out there flashing and being all up in the videos. You get caught up. Oh gosh. That shit like okay. I tell you, I had to set the stage. I had to go chill. I threw on my little megahertz on YouTube, and I just went and took my little spiritual bath, immersed myself. And thank goodness I didn't have anybody around. I just did it, sat there for 15 minutes, let all that stuff just wash away. Okay, so this message now is for Rosnetta. Yeah, that would be cool. Plus the summer, I mean, are you talking physically, or are you talking about online? Because we could do that online too. We haven't done that in a minute. The online, that was cool. That was like, what, 3 years ago? Yeah. Something like that. Alrighty. Ron, you didn't even get your reading. You talking about we all got the same reading. Get your butt in here. I'm gonna pull a card for you. Oh, head. Don't get scared now. Don't get scared. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm down with it. If Ant Dog got a reading, oh hey, you could get a reading. Okay? Don't be scared. I am not a witch. Just play one on TV. Okay. All righty. Let's see. Let's see. I didn't use the romance deck because I didn't know if anybody wants to hear about that. But if anybody's interested, let me know. Okay, what do we have here? Interesting. You got moving on too. Moving on, number 6. And we are in the 6th month. Also, middle of the deck is material and spiritual prosperity. Another number 6, 6 of Pentacles. And then bottom of the deck, wow, there's some money stuff going on here, Rosnetta. You got material harvest, 9 of Pentacles here in reverse. So you may be thinking of like doing some kind of investment, or spending money a little more frivolously at the moment. But hold on, because that's going to especially because that's 666 there, and there's nothing spooky about that. But let me get my angel book, because when we see that, that means just wait a minute. Don't do something in haste. All right, let me get I'm using my angel numbers book, because although moving on sounds good, may look good, it may feel good, but with these two cards that have to do with pentacles, have to do with money, you don't really necessarily want to move ahead that fast. Okay, so it says halt, stop, no, do not make any sudden decisions. Your ego has taken control and is leading you the way to heartache and fear, but you can recover your power. Call on the light of God. So here we go with this light right here. All right, so something could be calling for you to go ahead and spend your money. It could be you may be looking at some type of investment, or somebody's trying to get you to invest in something. I wouldn't go too further into it. Maybe doing some more research, because I feel like it's going to be you that they're going to be pulling money, taking money from. All right, let's see what else is here. And this is like all your hard-earned money, or savings, or whatever it is, and then it's like you're moving forward. You may want to invest in some type of endeavor, but it's being advised. The angel numbers are advising you to just hold on just a little bit. Okay. What is this moving on? Blocking. So like a timeshare or something like that. Because of the season and everything, and maybe wanting to go ahead and invest with the timeshare, but I feel like that's going to be a bad decision. There's some kind of loophole in that, and it'll drain your pockets more so than anything. So if you have like money saved up for it, it's like now save it on for something else, do some more research or some more homework. Ooh, Pink says, okay, Pink. All right, what's this moving on? Yeah. So clarifying this, moving on, is the Hangman, Pisces energy, and then you got the Queen of Pentacles. Again, more money. So it's in reverse. So this is Earth energy, Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo. So you are just being asked to sit really think about this decision that you're looking into, because middle of the deck is the devil card. That's Capricorn energy. It's in reverse. This is a negative thing. And then bottom of the deck is the Queen of Swords. So somebody could be wanting, it could be a female that may want you to like sign up for some type of um I don't know, some type of investment, but it's not, I feel like you're going to be putting in a lot more money to it than they are, and you'll be losing out. You'll be losing out all this hard earned money that you have or your savings. Okay. So be careful, because you got the Tower card right underneath that. And that's something that happens really fast. Sometimes you don't even know that it hits you. Okay. With the Wheel of Fortune here, uh, something's, what else? This could be a friend close to you, so you think, oh, what hurt, what it'll hurt, because I know this person, but they may not know who they're dealing with. Like, I feel like this is some type of business thing. um like I said, it could be a timeshare, Airbnb. Okay, what else? So yeah, just use your wisdom, use your better judgment here. Yes, so, and we got the Sun card here in reverse. So this is not going to be a good investment for you, Rosnetta. And it could be that the people that are close to you. So again, you're taking it as this should be good because I know these people, but it's not them. I feel like it's the business itself that's not a good thing. This could be like one of those Ponzi schemes, or like or like a shell company where it acts like it's a company on the outside, but inside there's like nothing there. So they're just taking people's money and doing whatever. Like you'll give a certain investment, and then you're waiting to see it return or see it grow, what have you, and there's nothing behind that investment. So really think long and hard before you go ahead and make any type of decision with that, because it doesn't seem too copacetic. Plus, those angel numbers said halt, no. So it was like, mm-mm, mm-mm. And this is angel right here with this Sun card. So if it hasn't happened to you, because the summer is like just beginning, this could be coming along in the summer months. So like August, yeah, late. So Cancer is what? July, August. Virgo is, yeah. So late July, going into September, because that's 9. So that's Virgo season. That this could happen to you. So just keep this in the back of your mind. It may not happen right now. Um, because this is like something new, but jot it down somewhere and remember, oh, when you hear this, that'll be bells to you, like, okay, no, I know now, I remember what Foxy was saying. Okay, so let's get you let's get a fortune oracle to close you out. No, any decisions or money decisions. Okay. something could come up to you in the near future where somebody may be propositioning, oh, let's invest in this Airbnb or a timeshare or something like that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it may not happen now, and it's not ringing any bells now for you, but it could come up, and then it's like, wait a minute, because it could sound so good, like, oh yeah, real estate, I'm in it, let's do this, but there's no return on this. This is fugazi, as they say. Because look, this guy, he's got his back towards everybody, and it's in reverse. So you don't even know who or what this person is. You don't know how to contact them, how to reach them, but they're out there getting people, or at least trying to get people. But they have Foxy. Foxy will let them know. They'll be like, oh yeah, I remember Foxy said this. Okay. All right, so let's get you an oracle here. A fortunate oracle. Because we're not allowing none of this fugaziness coming your way. Key, new beginnings, directions, and adventure await for those ready to get lost in the past. 15 breaking down to 6. So just be on the lookout. Just be on the alert. We got Lion here, middle of the deck, harness and loyal and protective. Just be on your A game. If anyone tries to come to you with some kind of grand idea and you're just like, that sounds good, but nah, I'll pass on that. And then you got celebrations, bottom of the deck. You are ready to bring new life and exciting things into your life. Okay. So that is your message, my love. And keep me posted. I think you got this. You're a smart cookie. You know what to do. People try to play in your face. Like, what's divine timing? Is it like Gematria? Divine timing is more if you subscribe with God, source, creator, most high. That's really what it is. There's a I don't know if it's in Proverbs, but basically it's the saying goes, man laughs and God plans. So, we try to, in all the scheme of things of doing. So let's say you and I are trying to get a house together, and we've been putting our money aside, and we've been doing everything right, going to, the lawyers, whatever, doing everything. And just for some reason, this does not work out. And we want to move in like now. And for some reason we can't. Something's going wrong, something else comes back in. So here comes divine timing that lets you know, okay, I'm gonna open this up for you. It is your time now. Or no, I'm gonna close this door. That isn't your time. So that's kind of divine timing. Gematria is different because gematria has to do with numbers. But say, for instance, you and I said, okay, on the 16th of January, we're gonna buy this house on Mockingbird Lane. Well, if we add up Mockingbird Lane and we add up January 16th and those numbers sync, then that would be more synchronicity in regards to the numbers, not so much God's timing. And that's for people who subscribe with God. I mean, I know there's some people that are like, oh, I don't believe in God, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, listen, I do. So when it's time, when God has a time for us to make moves, then we do. I mean, that's not to say sit behind and let God do, take the reins on everything, because you got to put your part in it too in order for God to step in and do the rest, right? But yeah. So okay, let's go ahead with Lady Fresh, and then we'll how do they say? Circle the block again for pink and get a love reading. Anybody else want a love reading? They can get one. So it says there's no getting ahead in the pace. Right. So I would think then that would be divine timing, because everything has its time. But that's not to say that man can't make the time. You know what I mean? Like if I clock in at my job and I'm scheduled to work at 9 o'clock and I check out at 5, that's me putting in my time, right? That's 9 to 5. Now, say for instance, I'm kind of hard up for money. I don't say anything, but my supervisor comes up to me and says, if you can, I got some OT for you, right? Some overtime. And I'm like, damn, I could use that. That's God's timing, right? Nobody else knows that I needed that money, but God knew, because I was praying out, like, how am I going to get this money? How am I going to get this money, right? Other than doing a poo shiesty and going around, you know what I mean? But those are things that, I mean, you could chalk it up to synchronicity. You definitely can. People, if you're not subscribed with God like that, you feel like, oh, these are all synchronicities. By all means. But me myself, I don't. Okay, Nikki wants spinning the block back again for a love reading for Nikki. Because I don't like them, but I'm here for it. Yes, Roz, I love you too. We just gotta be on point. And if we have the foresight to see it, we'll be like, okay. Foxy said, don't do it. I remember her saying something about it. There we go. Okay, so Lady Fresh, we got you coming up for your reading. Pink. Cause we gotta just be nosy sometimes. I mean, I hated my damn self. But it's like, you can't live with it, can't live without it. Okay. So what's the message to Lady Fresh? So you got patience and planning going on? Okay, cool. Finance and material changes. Okay. So there could be some new changes going on financially. All right. Um, whether it be maybe a little lack of, maybe an abundance of. Um, let's see what we got here. Okay, so this wanted to show up too. So you have like what Anton, that trapped in fear, number 8. So that's about, there's that karma, but it's abundance. So I have, what is that? 8 of Swords here. Middle of the deck is the light. Okay, the Sun card, number 19. I call it the disco vibe card. And then, bottom of the deck is spiritual union, number 2. Okay, so if you guys had wanted to renew vows or do something, there might have been a significant time frame of celebration regarding your union, and worry just about money. So that's understandable, but having this communication here, because you do have some supporting teams here. You have the Sun card, which is the best card to have when it's in the deck, and then you have the 2 of Cups here, spiritual union. So maybe just being real with each other, like, okay, we couldn't plan it around, maybe we could do it at another date, a later date, but not letting it pigeonhole you to the fact where it just consumes you and you're just like, oh, feeling so bad about it. But let's clarify a little bit more, see what's going on there. because 8 also is about abundance. But it could also be something that's you're constantly thinking about it, thinking of something that stays on your mind that just keeps you, bottled up, not saying anything, maybe not wanting to worry anybody. Um, 19 is 10, which breaks down to 1, which breaks down to 1, and then you got 2 here, so that's 3. Yeah, so it's just incorporating how you're feeling instead of keeping it isolated. Okay, what is this? Trapped in fear. So yeah, I'm seeing something due around money, and like whether it being the beginning, and always the beginning of money is always like a shaky feeling because it's like you don't know, it's just too good to be true kind of thing, or just seeing it grow and it's like okay, just being worried about that, but not wanting to worry anybody else, so you just keep this to yourself. Yeah. Yeah, you keep it to yourself. So trapped in fear, we got the Page of Swords, which is about truth and justice, communication, and then we have the Seven of Pentacles, which is all this hard work, has to do with money. But then look, she also has those tarot cards down there, so she's consulting Foxy Moon about this stuff. Middle of the deck is the Five of Wands. Yeah, about confusion and uh, you know involving other people. And then we have bottom of the deck here is the King of Pages, excuse me, King of Pentacles, again, money. So now if that has nothing to do with money, it could just be feeling secure within yourself. Womanhood, we go through different peaks and flows in life, so that could be another thing where you're just not feeling sure, but then don't want to talk about it because for fear of maybe somebody doesn't understand, or my spouse doesn't understand that this is what's going on with me, because most men don't understand that stuff. But I'm getting it's more like financial, and there may be something there where you guys more like a celebratory, or you two also wanting to do an investment, but it's like looking back to see, okay, where are we at now with this and how do we make this happen? But I feel like you're holding it in for fear of not like being combative or just worrying the other person, because see here she's got her hand, her face there and her hand just worried, but look at how far you came. You got this luscious garden back there, ample amount of supply. The Page is a messenger, so you could be getting some type of message if you're seeking wise counsel about something, maybe wanting to open up farmland or a bigger acre of land, and then just getting wise counseling about that'll be coming to you. I feel like somebody might just inadvertently just talk to you about it, just being curious and seeing, or they may be even offering help because they got this like little tool belt here with them. So there could be somebody that could be helping you. But staying in silence is not, it's going to eat you alive. It's not going to help you. And just asking for help and seeing, is this a great investment to do? Because that's what I'm getting. I'm getting something to do with like land or some type of expansion. But just for fear of, it's something new. So we always kind of like, we get anxious about that. And then it's like all these things start hitting us in our head, and should we, and the should nots and all that good stuff. So, but you're going to be divine timing. There will be a little angel comes by in the form of a person that knows what they're doing, knows how to possibly help you with, pointing you in the direction of who you need to go, that could help you with getting more land, if that's what it is. Or if you guys are trying to travel and go on some vacation or something, they can point you into the direction of somebody that knows how to like bargain or save. But it's for you to definitely not keep this to yourself because it's worrying you. Yeah. So you got the World card here. Eight of Swords and bottom of the deck. Yeah, you got the World card here. So everything is going to come to into its proper place. So yes, if you are thinking about traveling, just getting um, the right, how much money you're going to need for this, or if this is like a celebration for you and your significant other, or you want to do a surprise, but you're like, you know what, I really need to tell my spouse because I may need him to know. Like, you can't keep it a secret because it may be a little overwhelming to you as far as like financial, because he may need to be involved to know, and it's going to have to be like a joint effort as opposed to you just doing it by yourself. And that could be what's worrying you. It's like, oh damn it, I want to do this by myself. I want to be able to take care of us and go away and party and go on a vacation. However, you may need to involve him in this, because I feel like, unfortunately, you may have a little bit of money aside, but it may not be enough to carry like extra little things or whatever. Or if you want to do like some type of outdoor excursions or something like that, and so you probably be able to pay for the trip, but your spouse could probably put in for the excursion. And I know you want to be like, oh, I want to take care of it myself. However, you're sitting here like, damn it, it's fine. Now, that's the one scenario. The other scenario is if you're looking for expansion on the land. This is a good thing. You got this. The land is fertile. The land is fertile. Wherever you're looking at, just know that the land is fertile. All right. So let's get you a fortune oracle. Oh, Lady Fresh. Rosnetta says, uh-oh, I love reading. We are circling the block. You're welcome. Okay. I hope that's making sense, because it's like there's a twofold to the story here. It could be one or the other. But either way, speak and seek that help from your boo thing. Mr. Fresh, please tell him I said hello and I love him dearly. My Piscean man. Y'all Pisces and CCs. Okay, what do we have here for? Okay, what is this message? Oh, that was nice. Thorns. Weathering the challenges ahead will bring in a new and positive future. Oh my goodness. Thorns. Number 4. 31 breaking down to 4. That's exactly what I was just saying. Weathering the challenges ahead will bring a new and positive future. And bottom of the deck has marriage here. You are attracting emotional fulfillment and unconditional love. So it could be you wanting to renew vows or something like that. And, where you're looking at might be a little pricey or something. But whatever. You guys are going to figure it out. All right, Lady Fresh, that was your message. Yes, Pisces people. I love my Pisces people. I love you all. Okay, so let's go back. We're getting pink reading. We're doing the love reading. Okay. What do we have here? Should we bring this tea deck out? Yes, I think so. I got this other deck called What's the Tea? All right. Okay, so what is the love message? Message. Okay, let's see. All right, so we got love on the brain, dreaming, fantasizing, daydreaming, and nostalgia. Bottom of the deck, middle of the deck is cyberbully. You are being bullied online, or they are has suffered from it. I don't know what that's ebonics. Bottom of the deck is talking shit. So let's see what love on the brain is. So feeling nostalgia, that goes back to the reading that we had. Um, you know, the daydreaming and all that, just feeling nostalgic. What else? So talking, that showed up. Okay, what is this? Okay. So, clarifying the love on the brain, you got engagement ring and the dragonfly. Bottom of the deck is the mask. So, it says here higher commitment, eternity, partnership, union, completion. And then the dragonfly says lighthearted and adapt, finding out and change, things coming to light and heal. And, I was saying that oh, teddy bear's right in the middle of the deck. Interested in you, blooming romance, flirting, and wanting to date. So, you know, without disclosing everything that we were talking about, but it seems, almost repetitive of what we were talking about. So, having this nostalgia and kind of starting from scratch and going about things the way it was, dating and courting. Um, and nobody's going anywhere, like I said. The dragonfly is also that spiritual animal too. So that could be hovering around you. Um, and that's just confirmation of letting you know, while there's things going on, that's a miss. There's still a positive outlook in it because it does say here finding out and change, things coming to light and healing. What else? But mask at the bottom of the deck says hiding true feelings, pretending and delude, gaslight, and personify. So that's you holding back and you know whatever, being nonchalant. Instead of like, excuse me, sir, remember when, right, and having those kind of conversations. So what else is this? Dragon. And the engagement ring, yes, it could mean that, but it also just means engaging, having the time with one another, engaging in with one another. Yeah, and going back to like that, old nostalgic time, the feel good time. Um, because unfortunately, relationships, we kind of sit in our slump, and then it's hard to catch up to what we used to have because life happens. But it gets missing in there, and then we just get miserable. And it's like, so what else? Yeah. So confirming all that is the death card. All right. So not literally, but the ending of that cycle. We got the Six of Pentacles, middle of the deck in reverse. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Cups, which is nostalgia, water energy. So we saw the Pentacles 6 and we saw the water 6. So it's this give and take, this ebb and flow, but something's got to end, something's got to die out for something new to begin again. This is Scorpio season too. So, the next couple of months, stuff may be still like, but this is a cycle. Cycles have to come to their own way, and then things end. Not saying you have to, that it'll be that long, just saying that the death card always shows a cycle ending immediately. But being that it is in the Scorpio sign, it could be another couple of months, but not necessarily. And then lastly, the death card does also mean a physical death, but not in this situation. This is just letting you know that whatever's been going on, all this buildup of the lack, it has to end, so that love on the brain can come back and not just be one-sided. Right? Goes back to where it used to be with the Six of Cups. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap up your love reading with a love oracle. Wait, hold on a second. Let me just refresh. Girl, you must have been at my house. I was not. I just booked the trip to Mexico and to go. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. I love this confirmation. So Lady Fresh says, girl, you must have been at my house this week. I just booked a trip to Mexico yesterday to go to a destination wedding workshop. Ask the hubby to help pay for it. I'm expanding my travel business. Oh, I love that confirmation. That's big. That is so big. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Got my eyes twitching over here. Oh my God. That's big. Thank you. Yes, and congratulations. Because it sounds like it was two parts, like it was simultaneously, but it could be either or. That's nice to know. Thank you for that confirmation. All right, let's get Pink her oracle. May have to do some pleading, Pink. I know you don't like it, but look, she's sitting up there like, please, no more trampling around, and just sit down. Let's figure this out. Let's talk. Pleading when I know you don't want to, but it's like, gotta get to knuckleheads sometimes. People don't want to listen. You done trampled over everybody else. It's like, look. All right, what else? We've got guardian there. Okay, so know that your guardians are there. That's that the dragonfly, highly spiritual. Okay. Mm. Sexuality. Ooh. Someone is still figuring themselves out. Love on the brain. Intuition, bottom of the deck. The red flags you ignore now will come back to bite you. Water sign right underneath that, Cancer. So, yeah, not listening to those intuitions and both, being knuckleheads, for better lack of words, is not going to win this game here. So, um, and we were talking about that, behind scenes about certain things, touchy feel goods and stuff like that. So, yeah, just listening to the intuition. Yeah, right. And as soon as I opened up the deck, we got intimacy, chemistry, and stuff, reminiscing. So yeah, just feeling, but Alrighty, that is for you, my pink delicious. Don't shoot the messenger. Tell him don't shoot the messenger. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. All right. Nikki, let's get your romance. Wow, that was a good one. That made my heart jump for joy. My heart is spinning right now. Lady Fresh. She really confirmed. She was like, and he's helping me out. I'm like, what? Whoa. Okay. As Rich Mo would say, spooky good. Brother Rich Mo. Okay, so this is Nikki's love reading, and then we got Rosnetto's love reading. Anybody else? What the helly? What the hell? I don't know, Pink. That's why I said don't shoot the messenger. What the helly? What the hell? Yeah, man. That still hits me in my heart too. All right. So let's go ahead and get Nikki's love reading. I'll open this window up. Okay, a little warm. Them kids was playing in the backyard. Like, shut up. You're making too much noise. Okay. Jazz was in the building. Salute. I like boys. I like boys. Okay. You like a reading, Jasmine? Would you like just a regular reading or do you want a romance reading included with that? Because we were doing regular, but I, offered if anybody wants a romance. Sometimes the romance can scare some of us off. That damn romance. Pain in my ash. Pain in my arse. All right. So what's the message that Nikki needs to know for her reading? I gotta charge my battery up. Okie dokie. So we got dirty offer. Photo proof, getting evidence, middle of the deck. This deck is called What's the Tea? So don't be alarmed. I wanted to use that with the romance because the romance can get a little sticky. And bottom of the deck is ain't shit. So let's see what this is all about here. Let me first charge up this computer before we lose contact. I like to spice some stuff up, so don't get too alarmed with the deck. Throw it in the mix. All right. So, what does this dirty offer mean? This could be like we was talking about offline, how some people would, if morals weren't in the way, they would, show. That could be one thing there, but let's see. Somebody could be jealous too, because we got ain't shit and getting evidence with the photo proof and stuff like that. But it's like, what proof do you have? Please, you're just jealous. What is this dirty offer? When the grass starts looking greener on the other side, other people start having meltdowns about things, and they start putting things in their head of delusion about other people. Like, whatever. Yeah, because moving is right underneath that. Moving on. And uninterested is underneath ain't shit. Right. So not interested. Somebody's got their feelings, their panties in a bunch. That's what it is. All right. What is this dirty offer? Ooh, that was quick. Okay. Isn't that cute? Love. Middle of the deck, clock, needing time, cycles and takes time to heal, progressing. Didn't I say that person was like, if I ain't have my morals screwed on right, all bets were off. And then we got butterfly here, evolving and growth, next phase, healing the inner child, releasing the past. So with love, it says unconditional love, self-love, wholeness, affection, and attraction. So, without disclosing too much what happened with our reading, but yeah, this is confirmation again. All right. There's that attraction and things of that nature. And what is that song by Joe? All of the things I do to you. That song. I'm not the greatest singer, but yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'll do them to you. What else do we have here? Okay. Reading a regular answer. Okay, so both. Perfect. Ooh, I got a Jones in my bones for you. There ain't a thing that I wouldn't do. Yeah. So just persons like, with the Ten of Wands and the Knight of Wands here. We got the star, middle of the deck. Bottom of the deck is the Knight of Pentacles. Slow action, slow moving. But again, it's this, taking time and not rushing anything. That's fire energy. So Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. We just had a full moon in Sagittarius. That energy is still lingering about this day. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like these little indirect innuendos being mentioned or flirtatiousness going on, but very reserved, very subtle, not because this is such somebody's holding back so much with this fire energy here. They're just really it's in reverse. They're really holding back the things that they will do with that dirty offer. Okay. But it's not just, being nasty with it or, the wham bam slam, thank you, man type stuff. Like this is that real, like, I don't even want to get too deep into it. You know what I'm saying? But this love here, like it's that, you know, the storms type romance. You know what I mean? So we'll leave that alone. Let's get you an oracle. Because I don't even want to get into it. It's that Carl Thomas submarine type stuff. In the middle of the night when I'm alone. Mm-mm-mm. My heaven kisses. Okay. So let's get you your oracle to finish your reading. And then we will go on to Miss Jasmine. Apparently the guy's chickened out except for Ant Dog. Chill. There's nothing to be scared of, guys. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Unless your religion and your Bible told you not to. I respect that. All right, so what do we have here for Nikki? It is. Okay, so we got let go. Make room for the new beginning on its way to you now with the butterfly. Mm. What do we have here? Water signs: Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Confirmation, confirmation. And what else? Expect to hear from them soon. So that's what I'm saying. If you haven't heard anything, they may say something, on the phone or, however communication you all do, saying something, not too crazy out there, but yeah, trying to hold back and be reserved. All right, so that was your message, Nikki. Enjoy, have fun. Okay, Jasmine, let's get you your reading. Okay. Oh, excuse me. So Jasmine wants a general and a romance. Okay. Let's see. They may come out in one, but we shall see. My Lotus is in the building. Hello, my Lotus. Grand Rising, salute to you. Oh, thank you, Nikki. I didn't want to, indulge too much, but now that Summer Rain song is in my head. It's one of my favorite songs. Actually, that whole album is pretty good. Like, no skips. Carl Thomas. My Lotus, doing mini readings if you'd like one. General or a love reading, or both. I was talking about the Friday the 13th and what does that all mean and how did it all get started. And then I just said, let me do little readings. And they've been good. So, okay. Jasmine, what do we have for Jasmine? What's the message of Jasmine needs to be? Okay, so you have deception and envy, number 7, Aquarian energy, 7 of swords. So protecting this energy. Now I am no disclaimer medical professional, but this could also have to do with like migraines and headaches. Okay, somebody could be literally giving you a headache. There's just this arguing back and forth. There could be this sneakiness, you having to do like some type of detective work all the time, or just kind of in what is it, interrogation that's just like, oh my god, like my head is splitting. Because middle of the deck, though, you do have positive movement forward, and then bottom of the deck is love begins, okay, in reverse. So this could be somebody that you are currently with that's just causing all this kind of like headaches, to say the least. They're doing the deception, they wear the mask, that's that Aquarian energy. So they could be phony to the outside, but in the inside, you know who they are. They carry themselves outside differently, but in around you or around other people, it's like who they are. And this Ace of Cups here in reverse, it's like why even try to start anew? Like why even try to? I feel like this is something that continuously keeps going on, even though that's a number 7, and the 7 is a highly spiritual number, so that's like that intuition kicking in. So it's like little subtle things that you're catching on. Instead of the green flag, it's the red flag. And you may not even be really involved with this person. This could be somebody that you're just like maybe getting to speak with. But there's some things that you're just like, I don't know. And they just say stuff that's just like, yo, for real. Like it just gives you like this headache that you're just like, I don't even believe. Like one time I had this person tell me something about they came up with some lie about their dead grandmother, and the grandmother was never dead. But they had used that lie a couple of times to other people. And I was just like, why? Just why? So yeah, let's see what else is going on here. This could be like an online person, an online personnel, influencer or entertainer. So they do wear a mask. They could be an Aquarius. An Aquarius is known on the street to, be little hookers. No disrespect to Red Illusion. They just have a sneaky way of being, and it's like they may look like a stand-up citizen, but in the meantime, they're just perverts or just weirdos. But what else? And it's like you have that 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing too, with this positive here, positive movement forward. The Six of Swords. It's like you know not to really get too involved and be bothered with this person. But at the same time, there goes that love. So they could be like doing the love bombing, saying, saying sweet little nothings that sound good. But then you start thinking about certain things, and it's just like, this is not really making sense. Like, what you're saying and what you do don't add up. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, I'm getting like they're like a or they act like they're a stage personality person, like stand up. So like a stand up comedian, a stand up artist. I don't know what that stand up artist is. Somebody that's in the limelight. So they act one way, but then it's like with you, they're acting, I guess, like their authentic self. But even their authentic self is like questionable. Me no like him. Me no like it. Okay, what else? The Knight of Swords. Yeah, they hide. They definitely hide behind their persona or their truths with that sword there. That's about speaking. That's about truth. That's about justice. But the knight is like this fast moving, fast action type energy. Yeah, he's a smooth talker, and but like his game, I'm sorry, but his game is like weak. His rap is whack. He could be a rapper. Middle of the deck is the Ten of Swords. You're over it. You're over it. Bottom of the deck is the Three of Swords here. Really over it. I don't know if this is somebody that you've been with for a while. I'm getting more so this is somebody freshly new in a sense, like maybe a couple of months, a couple of weeks, but they're just not it. Like, just not it. Um, what else? Okay, it's making sense. Jasmine says, wow. Yes. No, I just came on and did quick little mini readings. I was Friday the 13th, just that energy led me to do some readings, Lotus. So it was like on the whim. All right, what else is going on here? Because we got this Knight of Swords in reverse. They could be yeah, this is Aquarius energy or Libra or Gemini. And Geminis do that. They'll say one thing and they'll do something differently. Libras are not really like that, but something's off. So heavy Aquarius energy and Gemini. What else is going on here with this? Yeah, there's somebody that is in the limelight. Okay. And with this world card here, this is somebody that's known, or they're just, and if even if they're like not like well known, like they could be like the mayor of like their, everybody knows this person on the street. The Eight of Swords here in reverse, and we got the High Priestess in reverse, and then the Ace of Wands. So it's like there's this interest. See, and then the Ace of Cups wants to show up again. It was in reverse before, now it's upright. And it's like, I mean, there is this interest, and they want to like start something with you, but I don't think this person is ready for what you're looking for. Um, And I feel like they'll almost like tell you, yes, yes, we can do this with this Eight of Swords and um the High Priestess as Pisces energy. Again, more Aquarian energy with the swords here, or Gemini. And the Eight of Swords is somebody that knows stuff is going on, but they're in denial. And then it's in reverse, so it's like they're aware. No, this Ace of Wands. They're attracted to you, and they do want to have this new beginning. But there's something, I don't know. It could be what he does or she does for a living that just is in the way, and uh no, I think that's what is like giving you this headache. Like, oh my god, you're just wasting my time. But I feel like this person has the intention of wanting to be with you, wanting to get to know you, wanting to have a relationship. But again, there's just something there that's, and this could be work related, or they could just be very well known. That High Priestess in reverse, that's about secrecy too. So they do like um yeah, they act one way around other people. That's what I'm saying. Like they could just be out there in the public. They act one way, but then they're like, at home, like this uh, introvert, which is a very Aquarian energy and a very Pisces energy. What else? Because this person's got me all messed up right now. Like I'm really trying to figure them out. And that's probably what you're trying to do, like figure them out. Like, what the hell? This is Queen of Swords. Okay. We got the Queen of Swords again. I don't know. Are you an Aquarius or is this person Aquarius? Because I don't know how many times Aquarius is going to show up. We got the Queen of Swords here in reverse. It could be that the person's gotten out of a relationship, and that also could be what it is. And they're not ready to get into a relationship with anybody else at the moment. So they may put on a persona that they're like single, but they're really not. They're really just like heartbroken and going through their own changes. Although they do, feel for you, they are attracted to you. There is some like desire there. We have the Ace of Cups here too, so they wouldn't mind having a relationship with you, but I feel like they might have recently just broken up, and so they're not all mentally there yet either, with the swords being mental as well. So we got the King of Wands here, middle of the deck, and then the Queen of Knight of Cups here. Yeah. So this could be a recent relationship that's broken up, and I mean that's good then that he's not trying, or she's not trying to pursue something while in the midst of having a hard breakup. But the choice is yours. Do you still want to kind of like linger around, or move forward and move out of this? Because I feel like this person needs some time to heal. They mask, they hide a lot of the pain. So that's probably another reason why you're like trying to figure out like, oh, are you good? And they could be just lying to you and be like, yeah, I'm good. But meanwhile, they're like crying inside and just, going through the emotions. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. If you want to stick around and help heal somebody, that's fine. But choice is yours. Choice is definitely yours. Or is this something you guys, if this is your relationship currently with the person that, just things are not just adding up. They're just not looking right. They're not feeling right. And they could be saying sweet little nothings, but it's not enough to hold a relationship together. Let's see what else is there. Got ships cutting ties, moving on. And if this is a long relationship, it's hard. It's easier said than done, to just walk away and move on and stuff. But, uh, something's got to give. Something has to be salvaged. If it's work that's in the way, so something has, if they really want to fight for this relationship, then things got to be done. Yeah, we got ship again twice. So again, balls in your court, moving on or moving away from the situation. It's totally up to you. I'm not judging. Who will be the judge? We've all been in certain similar, but it's just is that baggage? Is the stress worth it? Because clearly you're like, oh, enough. Like you're just going through the physical stress, and that stress can cause a lot of illness. As much as we love the person, and yeah, we may want to hold on and keep it going, but damn it, at what cost? You laid out on the floor. Where's homegirl with the 10 of cups? I mean, the 10 of swords. Like, she is laid out on the floor with the swords all in her. And I mean, it's not really worth all that love in the world. It's just really not. Could have ulcers, hypertension, right? Again, disclaimer, I'm no medical professional, but we know what stress can do. They say stress is the number one killer. Where's that 10 of swords at? Oh, it was in the other deck. Right. Now, I'm going to show you so you can see how she's just laid out, like with the swords all on her. Like, look. That's rough. Barely have any strength for yourself to keep it pushing. Got your eyes wide open, just sitting there looking at the ceiling like, oh, what now? What do I do? And then you have the 3 of swords right in reverse. And look at her again. Stress the F out. So, yeah. Okay. The Scorpios act a little, they're weird like that Aquarian kind of energy. They're like in and out. I know 2 Scorpio men that are like that. It's like, hello? Like, it'll be like months, and then they just pop in out of nowhere. Oh, how are you doing? And then all the love bombing shit. And I'd be like, what? Hi. Just a regular conversation, please. All right, what else? Yeah, see? Not today. Boundaries and hurt, avoiding conversation, not dealing, still upset. That's part of that love. And then we have sunglasses, watching, looking, stalking, and then abundance, positive mindset. Yeah, so of course somebody's going to be lurking from the sidelines, wondering, oh, are they going to leave me behind? Well, listen, we don't have time to sit up here with your pity parties. We really don't. We're trying to make things happen. If you want to sit up here and be woe is me, that's on you. I'm literally having palpitations. I'm going to the doctor because I got migraines now. I didn't have these problems before that. I'm having insomnia. I can't sleep at night. So no, something's got to be done. All right, so we're gonna close out this reading. Who else? I've got my Lotus next. Yeah, so you gotta wear sunglasses. when you have those migraines and stuff. Perception. So, look at it overall. Look at the whole picture overall before you start making your grand exit, you know. But just remember that it's you first. And if you are hemmed up somewhere in the hospital because your health, God forbid, and I don't want to put that over you, but if your health is declining, who else is going to take care of you? Who else is loving you while somebody is having their little pity party? That's why I stopped. I said, if I can't take care of myself and I get to that point, well, who else is? Same thing with work. You get all stressed out at work and stuff like that. Some people don't care about you. They'll ask you for your doctor's note when you come back in. Meanwhile, you were in the hospital for like 3 days with tubes all over you. It's people don't care. Selfishness. So yeah, you gotta take care of you first. Make sure your health is all right before you could start taking care of somebody else, loving somebody else. And like I said, they do love you. They do care about you. They want new beginnings, but there's just too much other stuff going on in there with themselves that they got to take care of themselves. You just can't be doing all that while you laid out on the floor. That doesn't work that way. That's unfair. Okay. Let's close out this reading. Honeymoon in reverse. So the honeymoon phase, attending someone else's wedding. Okay. Fire signs Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and bottom of the deck is caution. Find out more information. Don't overwork yourself. See? There is confirmation right there. And I just mentioned about work. Heart health. All right. So maybe you need to take your own little mini vacation, your own little getaway, some type of healing, maybe massage therapy, doing the what is that? Massage therapy. Something to help you with your health and your happiness to feel good, even if you can't like really fly away and get away out of the situation. Just something that okay, I got to take care of myself, and keep that perspective in your mind all the time. All right, my love, that is your reading. Pink said, "Lord, she's on point." Oh, thank you. Okay, my Lotus. So we're gonna do I'm doing general and or love. So I guess if you want me to combine it together, I can, or just want a general reading, that's cool. I speak to you all because I've been through some stuff. I understand. My health has been compromised. I understand. I'll be damned. I'll let any ninja child, the ninja's child, mess my work, mess my life up again. I'll be damned. Okay. You're welcome, Jasmine. Okay, we'll do combine. All right, cool. And you know what, Jasmine, let me just get you one more, because even though we did the love, I want to get you a fortune for some reason. I think you need to hear that too. Fortune, because it could be something about work too as well. Something about work is stressing you out on top of life going on. Sorry, my lotus. Hold on a second. Pink, you bringing the people over here? I love Pink. Pink is the plug. She be bringing the peoples over here. I appreciate that. All right, let me see something. Yeah, I may do the mini readings in between the calendar. Phoenix. See, and I had to get this for you. Phoenix, Jasmine, 25 breaking down to 7. This is spiritual. Be prepared to be renewed after a period of crisis. Jasmine, where is you? Look at that. 7 is a highly spiritual number. And then right in between that is the star card. Hard times are over. Look forward to an abundance of happiness, enthusiasm, and positivity. Oh, that's the baby girl? Okay. Well, look at that. Tough times don't last. And then underneath, on top of that, you got goals. Progress is positive and personal goals will be achieved. See, all this is going on for you is not in vain. It You have to go through this stuff as we talked about divine timing. And yes, while it hurts, literally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, you are being rewarded. You are going to be restored. That phoenix, you are that phoenix rising, coming out of the ashes of sorrow, of grief, unhappiness, healing with the star card, middle of the deck, and looking forward to an abundance of happiness, enthusiasm, and positivity. And then you could be getting, so if work is an issue too, there could be an increase moving up in the work status. All right, because you got this pentacles here. So goals, this progress is positive and personal goals will be achieved. I was inclined to just pick this deck up too, because besides the the romance, I felt like something else needed to be said too. So, and it was general in love, so that's the combination. Okay, so let's go ahead on with my lotus. So that makes me feel good, knowing through all this strife. Yep, things are gonna turn around. That always happens with us, though. It's like we got to get to the bottom before things start looking good for us. It's like we got to go through these trials and errors, unfortunately. And it be the roughest ones, man. The roughest ones where you feel like you're about to lose it. And then boom. God did. Okay. So this is from my lotus. What message do we have here? Yeah, if I do like little mini readings here and there until I open up my calendar, it might be beneficial. I know Nikki was like, no, you can't tell me that. She's like, just as I got my reading, I'm back until September. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So maybe it's got to be the spirit moving me though. All right, what's this message for my lotus? Okay, so we got financial and material changes, number 5. And then you got destiny, number 10, the wheel of fortune in reverse. Okay. What's at the middle of the deck? Ooh, middle of the deck is the universe. the world card in reverse, and then the fifth chakra. So, bottom of the deck. So here we go again with the divine timing. As they say, the universe conspires with you, not against you. So there's some stuff moving in the ethers behind the scenes in the spiritual world, if you will. That 10 has to do with an ending. And then you got 5 here, the financial and material changes. So there's definitely both going on at the same time for you, but the universe wants you to wait, not speak about it, not talk to anybody about it. This could be plans that you have that don't need to be indulged with everybody, with the world, if you will. Just keeping things under wraps sometimes, and that's a superstition, that if we tell people, friends, family, best friend, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, children, like our plans of what we want to do, for some reason it just goes left. I don't know how true that is. Honestly, I don't know. I've always heard that, when you do that, like, I don't want to tell, it's part of that Friday the 13th thing. But in this case, just really keeping things under wrap until your plans really come through fruition. And I feel like you're almost there with certain things, because you got a lot of 5s here. We got 5 with the throat chakra here, 5. We got 5 here, and then half of 10 is 5. So that's big changes. Could be chaos in the midst of that stuff. It's always like that when things are moving in a pace that's kind of out of your control. It could be chaos. Let's see what the angel numbers say for 555. Angel numbers. So it says all of your efforts are paying off. Almost sounds like what Jasmine's reading was. Abundance is yours to have, to live and experience. Open your heart, your arms, and mind to receive the blessings that are being offered to you. Exactly what I'm feeling. But to keep it under wraps for now. Okay, that's fire energy, the destiny. That's your destiny and your destiny alone. It's not for everybody else to know until it happens. You could be choosing in certain different avenues, whether it be work, or moving, or opening up something that has to do with work related, like a brick and mortar or something like that. But whatever that is, it's for you to keep to yourself. The 5 of Pentacles is coming out of this, this lack and this isolation period and this coldness into something moving forward into that destiny with the 10 there. Let's clarify a little bit more. What is there? It's something interior. So I don't know if you're looking into like interior decorating or something of that nature, but I get more like something interior. This could be you. Maybe you are wanting to revamp yourself, start from the inside out, changing up some things, whether that's diet, looks, what have you, new hairstyle, several hairstyles, or you're going into that cosmetology, looking into doing hair. Okay, again, whatever your plans are is just basically like you work these plans out first before you can like really advertise. And I know I'm kind of like advertising now, but just before you could send out the memo, just keep it to yourself for a moment. Okay, let's see what else. All right, what else is here for this finance and destiny? Wow. Queen of Cups, the Empress, and the Queen of Swords. Look at you showing up. And Lover's card right there, bottom of the deck. Oof. I love it. Queen of Cups, there goes Scorpio energy. The Empress here, she's in reverse. And then we got the Queen of Swords here. So air energy. I would like to put the Empress up, right? This is Venus energy. And we're also, Jupiter is going to be in Cancer for the next 12 months. So all this abundance is happening. You may be working either with other women. So yeah, that could also be that cosmetology. With the Lovers here and the Hierophant. That's interesting because you got Hierophant and then the Lover's card here. So it's like, what? And then the Ten of Cups right underneath that with the Justice underneath that in reverse. Somebody may want to help finance this endeavor for you. Again, it's totally up to you if you choose to do that. You could also, you can do this by yourself. But if you've been looking for something different out of what you do now, the opportunity is good for you. Really good for you. It's just, taking the steps to get to that point, looking into, legality stuff. If you're doing a brick and mortar, maybe just needing to know the ins and outs about that, especially with this Queen of Swords here. It's just giving me more like court information, like business court. I don't know if that's business court, but, like getting some type of knowledge. If you're going to be doing a brick and mortar, or if you're not doing like a building and you're having something at home, just knowing the regulations of what you can do in your house, legally. All right, that's where that interior decorating comes in. That's what that shows me there. So like maybe designing your house to cater to, what it is that going to be working on. All right, what else? Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, and sometimes we have to shift gears and go in another direction to figure some things out. That's what it is. That's life. That is life. Okay, what else? Let's just clarify a little bit more. Because this is a lot of like big mama energy, because the Queen of Cups is mothering energy, and the Empress is definitely mothering energy. It's also birthing an idea, not so much it can be giving birth to a child, but this is like birthing an idea. So that's what I'm saying. If you have some idea out there, and then with the Queen of Swords, this is about intuition and knowledge and stuff like that. It's a green light. It's a go. You got the opportunity to do this. You probably would just maybe unsure, or should you, but if you've been thinking about this particular thing, that is you. Yeah. The Eight of Cups. See, moving away from whatever it is that is not serving you anymore. It's not doing its thing. We just are coming off of a full moon in Sagittarius. Here's this moon here. So having that idea, you might have been having this aha moment just even now. Look, the Hangman. Again, one of those aha moments, spiritually speaking. And then the Star card. Girl, listen, look at all these spiritual notes to say yes. This is healing. The Star card is about healing and nurturing, and again, new beginnings. So this could be in the lines of the feminine, If it is cosmetology, and doing hair and stuff, that's also another form of, you know, self self care and relaxation. Like, it's therapy for a woman to get her hair done and feel good, right? It gives her this self esteem. So, if that's something that you can provide and give to, you're still doing your part but just in another way. It's not only just doing what it is that you do here, but it's another form of giving back to people. Um, let's see what's in the romance, because I ain't seen nothing in the romance. I mean, that Lover's card did show up, but that's Gemini energy right there. So a divine counterpart showing up in the midst. Underneath that, we got the Hierophant here. So a traditional, you know, traditional like husband, going to court and also doing a ceremonial thing. I'm not saying that now. I'm just saying, that Gemini showed up out of left field from everything that we were just talking about. I'm like, well, why would that show up? And then why would Hierophant show up underneath that? Maybe this is somebody who really has this love for you, um, and is going and is hearing and understanding this change about you, of change about what you want to do. And the Hierophant is not only just traditional, but they are a scholar. They know, things are by the textbook, and studying. And so they may know a few things, through the textbook wise, that could help you as far as doing stuff in your house, renovations, certain codes. They may be a paralegal person, or they work in like legal aid, or they work in a legal office, or some type of construction. Like, they know something, so that if you're trying to do something at home and it needs to be up to code, that person will be able to help you. All right, what is this? Is he still that's the Cancer? Love it. So the Queen of Cups, but that's you. You're the Queen of Cups. And the Queen of Swords is Gemini air energy. So yeah, somebody who's knowledgeable, somebody who's, is studious when it comes to certain things. Okay. And yeah, husband. Okay, so what is this lovers? This is the year of the snake too, so I'm not sure if any of you off Lotus fall under that Chinese zodiac, but that's supposed to bring good fortune as well, because I saw the snake there. What else? It's a fire snake, I think. So we got addiction, codependent, obsession, constraint, possession. This is more like the devil card with the codependency. Yeah, and then snake showed up again. So poker face, taking chance, risk, options, not showing their hand, and then competition, enemy, the other woman looking over your shoulder. The snake showed up again. Bottom of the deck. So let me see. There could be some emotional blockage. It's so random that this lovers showed up though. It's almost so they may be there to help you as far as that goes. But remember when I said in the very beginning not to tell everybody, not even your spouse, your mother, your children, your grandmother, because it's like you don't want somebody to throw a monkey wrench into your plans, because some people can be a little uh, jealous, or they just they just don't agree with what your plans are. Let me see what else is this. So I wouldn't say anything until I'm almost finished with my planning. Now, if they're good at certain things, like as far as like the book smart and know like how to like obtain the codes and stuff like that, like it's almost like I'll use you for that, but you're not gonna get all my ideas. Sometimes we gotta skirt around certain things, especially if certain people can be a little. And I don't know what it is sometimes, because some men folks I've come across a couple, not a lot, but just the why are you jealous of me? Like I'm a female, but it's the mind. I realize like they don't like that a woman is smart or smarter than them, and that intimidates a man who's not strong within himself. So yeah, so ignoring obsessive lover, possessive karmic here. So we got these two: clarifying this addiction, crying over you, sad, hurt, and fishing for comments. This is you. So what did you? So what did you say? That's you fishing for the comments. So what else did they? What else was said on that paper there? Again, it's just like saying certain things, waiting till you have all your ducks in a row before you can like just start indulging and telling people or saying anything to your significant other. Because yeah, this just popped up out of nowhere. So they could be just like looking to see what you're doing, like, oh. And another thing too, sometimes some men that aren't secure with themselves, not saying that that's what's going on here. That's just that some men, when us women start, you know, fixing our crown and tilting a little back up on our head and getting to know who the hell we is, and our kids are getting grown, we're starting to look a little differently, doing things differently, uh, changing what we used to do as far as like with work. That's not what we want to do anymore. Which a glow up. Some men are like, they get jealous of that because they want you to stay the same as you were before. But I'm evolving. Shouldn't you love me for all and everything that's with me? Like I'm evolving. Don't you want me to evolve? And some men just again, like when you start to go to school and stuff and learn, it's like they want you to still be subservient. Not all men, but some of them. All right, what else? We're going to close this out. What else is with this obsessive lover? Just unhealthy ways. May not even be obsessive. It's just not being healthy, not being proactive. Just feeling like, oh no, you can't glow up on me. I don't know. I was a product of that growing up myself. Sure. Bunch of haters. Some of them men folk be haters. Still love them nonetheless. So what is this? And then here you go. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore you. I am just going to ignore you. But look at all that interior decorating with the background too. Like maybe create a Pinterest or something and keep all your stuff under wraps. So yeah, 10 of Cups here. All right, with that the karmic. So yeah, again, it's not that because with the Lovers, it's like it's not that they don't love, but again, some men get a little insecure when their woman levels up, and it's only to benefit them because the 10 of Cups includes husband, wife, and children. It's the end goal. It's to be happy. It's to not be living stressed, worrying about bills, being in poverty. It's leveling up, right? And then middle of the deck, see, this was definitely giving me the Devil card with that codependency, right? So that's their issue. That's their own hang up they got to deal with. The 4 of Cups there, that's their own hang up, and that's their own issue. They got to deal with that. But you are here to benefit everybody, not just yourself. But yeah, you are benefiting yourself, but it benefits everybody. You're not being selfish. You're doing something that's going to be in the long run, that's going to be generational, that's going to be able to take care of the babies. You got spirit guides here working with you. Okay. Little angels. All right, so let's wrap this up and get you your oracle. So water signs again. Yeah, caution. Taking care of yourself so you don't get stressed out. Okay. Capricorn too, that sign that the Devil card is the Capricorn, which is the opposite of the Lovers card, where the Lovers are, they give to each other, they, embrace and love. It's heaven sent. The Devil card is the total opposite. You got caution again showing up middle of the deck. So your card is Mercury retrograde. Electronic issues, communication issues, review everything. So that's what it's probably feeling like for you as a retrograde, where all this chaos and the lines of communication are getting, twisted and tied up and stuff. But you just sit back on this. I'm just kind of ignore whatever tantrum you're going to throw, whatever you're doing, because I got my plan. I got things that I got going on that's going to be set for me. And then just you taking that, taking your breathing, your healing and work. We got commitment here in reverse. So it's like they're going to have to ship up or ship out. Things are getting serious. Well, right underneath that is divorce. So not saying you need to be giving people ultimatums, but it's like, listen, this is going to benefit all of us. Are you not hearing? Like, pay attention. They need a reality check. Let me give you one more card too. That's going to be what is this deck again? The Fortune Oracle. No, it's not easy. No, sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Yeah, they're gonna see how for real you are. As soon as all this stuff goes into play. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, the love is there. The love is there. I just saw the love card. But what else? Then we got Lovers again. I mean, yeah, of course. But what's the song go? No romance without finance. And my grandmother used to say, when I would come home and I was dating my husband, but before we got married, still boyfriend and girlfriend. So I'd come home and she had fixed dinner, And she said, "Well, I made dinner." And I said, "Okay, I'm not hungry." She said, "You're not hungry? Well, you can't live on love alone." And I was just like, "No, I'm not in love, Grandma, but okay." I was just like, "I'm not hungry." But she would always say that to me. You can't live on love alone. I'm like, I guess, Grandma. Cap- yes, damn Capricorns. All right, so we got luck here. 19, that breaks down to 10, which breaks down to 1. You are right to be strong and optimistic about your opportunities. Come on now. Look. And bottom of the deck is Dragonfly. You too, like Pink with the Dragonfly. Could be seeing them around your house. It says, have confidence during this time of great have confidence during this time of great joy, renewal, and connection to spirit. So tap in with spirit, tap into the folks there because they got your back with all of this. They got your back. Noah's in the building. Salute, salute. Living on love is better than living on fear. Yeah. But when you got them bills to pay, it's like shoot. Oh my God, I've been here for 3 hours. Wow. Yeah, Capricorns, I know how they do, y'all. So we got compromise uh with that legal with the scales there, Libra energy. And it's up to you. So you know. All righty, December. I was cousin everybody. Now I'm just like Fresh, Lady Fresh, you are an angel. This the men folk, the men Capricorns. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Does anybody else want a mini reading before I close out? I didn't even realize I was going to be this long, but hey, it's all good. I haven't done this in a minute. In a minute too. I think I got everybody. Because it's Friday the 13th, and we figure let's make this negative, so-called negative day a positive one. That's that Willie Hunch. Oh my goodness. Um, no, do you want a reading? A mini reading? Are you good? Thank you, Pickalicious. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome, Rosnetta. Yeah, you guys, your readings were all very interesting. And I love the fact that regardless of the outcome, like there's certain things like with Lotus, but just even though things are turned and Jasmine, like even though things may be going chaotic and crazy, like the readings to me were still all good because you have to have that um versatility where it's like that's the adversity when one thing negative happens, know that two things positive are going to come from it because that's just the nature of the beast. That's the way things go. And while it seems like you are having the worst time in your life, that's when the shackles start to break. Oh, it's thundering and lightning. Oh, there's a storm over there. Okay, no worries. Yeah, that's thunder and lightning is a purification too. So, all right. So I think I got everybody right. Pink, Lotus. Do I have everybody? But I'm not tired. I could do a reading if you want me to. No. Or you could get spooked out because you're in the thunder and lightning. I don't want to scare you. Oh, your love reading. Okay, wait. I didn't do the love. Okay, I'm sorry, Rosnetta. Okay. How did I miss that? Okay. I thought I combined it. That's why. All right. So love reading for Rosnetta. Hold on. Um. What am I reading? Okay. There we go. Thank you for reminding me, girl. Okay. I'm getting excited. Okay, so what is the message for us? Romance. Okay, so I'm marrying for money. Love triangle. Somebody wants a polygamous type relationship. Never has the facts. Or there's somebody just talking out their ass like, oh yeah, me, you, and somebody else sounds good. And they don't really understand what that all entails. Just talking out their buttholes. All right. Okay, what's the message for us? All right. Ooh. So we got shine. Your light irritates their demons. Mm. Middle of the deck, broke ass. And then bottom of the deck is uninterested. So somebody is like trying to proposition you or present to you, oh, let's, get into this kind of relationship or whatever. But they have a pot to piss in. They don't have a pot to piss in nor a window to throw it out of. And that's just not interesting you enough. That's not how you're operating. Um, Something about this person is like childish in a sense. Like they act immature for their age because we got setting up fake accounts, fake social media accounts, Instagram. You might have turned them down because they present themselves to be like they have money, but they really don't. They floss maybe on social media or outside and stuff, and you just like, no, I know that you don't. Right where it says broke ass, we got inside scoop all up in your business. So they want to know what you're up to. They want to know what you're doing. They want to know if you have a romantic love affair or a secret lover or something because you're just showing signs of not interested. Your light irritates their demon. That is your card. You feel intuitively like this person really is not it for you. That's not the big win. That's not They're just immature. And anybody that has to like floss money, like you can't be 50 over 50 something years old and acting like one of these little teenagers on social media trying to sit in front of a Lamborghini and floss, knowing that's not their car. Um, showing wads of money, that's not their money. Like, and so you're not interested in that type of thing. You know, a humble, quiet, relaxed type relationship or just friendship is good. Not being out here ostentatious. Yeah, and then having to set up false accounts and stuff. You might have even blocked this person. We got girl fight underneath here, arguments and stuff, just competition. So yeah, you might have blocked them because they're just being annoying, and you've had enough of their nonsense. Um, or if they are somebody who's younger, like they need to grow up. What else do we have here? What is this shine? You're protected by source, most high. So anybody that even tries to move differently, you're already on the radar. Like you know it. Like, and this person can't do anything for you other than just, I don't know, be eye candy, because they probably look good. They just social media's got them. Uh, I'm hearing baby mama and child support. Mm. They may have even tried to ask you for money, giving an excuse. Oh, my car broke down, or I was coming to pick you up, but my car broke down. Can you spot me like five? Can you spot me some gas money? Stuff like that. That you're just like, you know what? It's not adding up. I mean, you taking all these little trips and things of the nature. You know, you're just looking too cute. Social media looking real fly, but here you come asking me for gas money because. So when you tell them about themselves, this is why it irritates them, because you come in with the righteousness and they're really on some low level, lower chakra type energy. Like you could see that you're not these social media floozies out here that are just ooh taken away by him standing in front of, I don't know, a Jeep, whatever, knowing damn well you don't even have gas money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tokyo wants. Okay, Tokyo. I They ticking me off. What's the shine about? Yeah, the chaser. Fear of abandonment, chasing codependency here for the shine. They want you to chase. I feel like you've blocked them or you're about to block them. We got healing heart here, middle of the deck. Healing, heartbreak, toxicity, or addiction, abusive relationship. Yeah, this person's just what I'm saying. They're like low level toxicity. And you're saying not today. Boundaries, avoiding conversation. I feel like you've blocked them or you've mentally blocked them. You mentally have checked them out. This person has got some codependent issues. They maybe have some childhood issues. It's not your problem. It's not what you're here to do. You thought you can, we can do something, and this person's just, a little immature. Probably had issues growing up financially, with the parents and things of that nature, or he had to pay child support. There goes the child thing. But unfortunately, this doesn't really have nothing to do with you. And you're not going to cater and then bow down like these little social media groupies. May have everybody else hoodwinked, but it's like, no, 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 no. All right, clarify this chasing. Mm-hmm. You're moving on with that Knight of Wands. You're out of there. You already see things for what it is. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if there is somebody else coming along that gives you the same type of passion that you already do that you give. This could be a fire sign, so Aries, a Sagittarius, or a Leo. What is this abandonment? Yeah, definitely could be another, not another, but there is a new person coming in. This is a king. This is somebody who's mature. This is somebody who's very attractive, stable. And then you got the Four of Cups here, right in reverse. So they're not coming with any of those issues. They have left their issues behind. They've left any emotional baggage behind dealing with relationships. Yeah, they're here to work with you with the Eight of Pentacles bottom of the deck. All right. Or they're a hard worker, a diligent worker. This also again is a Leo, Aries, or Sagittarius. And if that doesn't necessarily have to be the sign, but the way that this person is very passionate. They could be passionate in the bedroom, just FYI. But they're the polar opposite of what you've been dealing with. They're in tune, they're engaged. They definitely have left whatever issues they have behind. They could have been in a relationship as well, but I feel like it was in the past, like way in the past. So this person is mature enough to be in a relationship. They're not like how this other person is, where they're just trying to live, to keep up with the Joneses. This person probably also has a nice, they may make 8 figures, so they have a nice lifestyle, a nice home, but they live modestly. So they're not flashy. I'm telling you, they are the total opposite of what this person you're dealing with now. While this person over here is flashy and acts like, they take a picture in front of a Lamborghini, but meanwhile they're driving a Honda. No disrespect to Hondas, those are one of the best cars. But this person actually may have a Lamborghini and doesn't even take pictures, doesn't even come out with it. It's just there. They want to go out on the town one night and rip it. That's what they do. But this person here is definitely mature, boss status. He may own a company or several. He could be like a like foreigner, or does business overseas, or with like foreign companies. That's what I'm saying. Like Lamborghini's a foreign. I think that's Italian. He could be Italian. Or just deals with, like I said, foreign stuff. Works hard, very diligent. He may have children and teaches them how to, he might have similar a storyline the way this guy is, like with the childhood, growing up, harsh times, not having enough money, but instead of succumbing to their circumstances, this person arose from their circumstances and made the best out of it. All right. So this person, yeah, they got a nice house, garden, they're family oriented. So if you haven't met this person, or you haven't seen this person like on your radar, check back in Leo season. So that's the end of July going into August, because the next fire sign is Leo and or Virgo, because the next earth sign is Virgo. So you could be meeting them at the end of the summer. And just real randomly, but it will click with you so instantly, because it's like he'll start talking, like you guys have a conversation and he'll start talking about his upbringing. It's like, oh my God, this guy has the same thing. But then you'll realize, like, he's very humble. He's not ostentatious. He doesn't flaunt. He doesn't flash. But he's got money. He's doing the damn thing, and he works hard for his money. He may even burn the midnight oil. burning the candle at both ends. That might be his issue. And maybe that's why he's kind of like a loner. But hey, shoot, as long as he's got his money, he's chilling, he's got his own place, you got yours, you guys are doing your thing. Who knows what could happen after that? But I feel like he really is very dedicated with his work, and yeah, burns the midnight oil or burns the candle at both ends for fear of not wanting to be the way he was when he grew up. While somebody else is just living for the the Instagram, the TikTok and what have you, living for the the pity party. All right, so let's get you a fortune oracle. Well, let's do both. Let's get you a fortune oracle and let's get you a cosmic. Tokyo is waiting. I got you. Let me write your name down. Tokyo, do you want a general reading or a romance reading or a combination of both? I'm sorry, Pink. Foxy be brutal on it. Listen, because it's me. I have to. I'm telling myself these things too. Because that shit, I've been through some things. Like, man, that's why you gotta have a Cancer as your friend. Your Cancer friend is gonna tell you like it is. It's not gonna be sweet. It's all out of love. It's all out of love. Let me see. Oh, no more Leos. Not a Nigerian king. Pink, you are stupid. She said not a Nigerian king. Because they be Fogasies too, but Ghanaian maybe. Antigua. He's foreign. I mean, I don't know if you up to a little cream in the coffee, because it could be somebody like that. A little cream in the coffee, but people got. I cannot stand the summer. Blasting that music. I know you don't miss that, Pink. Right, welcome to New York City. We hear everything all day and night. It's like, shit. All right, let me get this. Nigerian, I'm dying. All right, so we got Guardian. A lost loved one watches over you. Communication, compromise, forgive, work it out. Yeah, not that. But communication will be on the rise with this person. You could be meeting them like at I don't know. Do you like going to like car shows, like a car dealership? If not, like meeting them at a place of business. Could be one of his businesses. He might be also into like holistic, like healthy eating. So maybe like at a farmer's market or some kind of place of business. Because this 8 is about work. But that's how you'll be meeting this person. It'll be outside. not on social media. Okay, what else? Yes, I do. Thank you. No, I do. I actually did a replenishing before I got on here. I had to take a nice little spiritual bath. Yeah, and I wear my crystals. So, all right, we got Moon. Pay attention to your intuition at this time and move ahead confidently. All right, Rosnell, you got 21 breaking down to 3. And then the next card is Beware. Be careful who you trust at this time. So 33. That's for that other person. Because they but always keep your guard up, so you feel it's right to bring it down. So 33 is Master Jesus and his angels are with you. This is a sacred time for growth and healing if you subscribe to Yeshua. So 33, and that's a master number that is about building and rebuilding from just the situation and issues that you've been going through as of lately, so that you can, move on accordingly with no issues or baggage moving forward with the next person or any person or just by yourself, just letting stuff be gone. All right, so that is your reading. Let me get Tokyo. Ooh. Yeah, I gotta get my feet out there. I was thinking about that earlier. I might do that tomorrow. Get my feet out on some grass. Not in Antigua. Sheesh. And they got that passion, man. Them Caribbeans. That's all I gotta say. Okay, so let's get Tokyo's message. Where's my oh, here we go. All right. Yeah, listen, and it's Friday the 13th, so it's going to be a good reading. Even if it has some kind of sour message to it that we don't really want to hear, it's going to turn itself all right. Take the good with the bad. That's a hot spot right now. Is it? Like hot spot as in good? Oh, yeah. Oh, good. I never dealt with an Antiguan, Jamaican, Trinidadian, and Haitian, and Puerto Rican. When you tread on snails, nasty things. Okay, what's the message for Tokyo, please? Okay, so you got base chakra. That's your first chakra showing up here. Number 1 in reverse. And then bottom of the deck is material and spiritual prosperity, excuse me. That's the 6 of Pentacles. So there's some blockage there with your first chakra. And that is as far as like with grounding, as Lotus and Noah talking about grounding and getting out there in the grass and being centered. So you may have some barrier issues or grounding issues when it comes to making the right decision in regards to money or material things, spiritual things, you may be questioning that but not sure. um the base chakra, everything comes through from the bottom, from the root up to the crown chakra. And so you may be feeling a little off right now. So uh, doing some practices of being out there barefooted in the ground, in the grass. And if you can't, just even being in your house, if you have carpet, instead of wearing your slippers and your socks, just wear, walk around barefooted, but be intentional with it, thinking that I have my feet planted in the ground, in that green dirt, that I am the root, and start doing that, incorporating that like at least 5 minutes in your day, every day, for as long as you like. So that, because I feel like you're having this, with the Six of Pentacles, it's a give and take, it's an ebb and flow kind of thing, and you may be feeling stuck there. Now, this disclaimer: I am not a medical professional, but there could be some issues with your digestive, or excreting your elements, if you will. I don't want to get too, Let's clarify a little bit more what this is about. Okay, so maybe incorporating green leafy vegetables, chlorophyll drops, sea moss, drinking plenty of water. You probably, if you're not doing that, or you're only drinking just a little bit, start drinking a lot more. The amount of water you should be drinking goes according to your weight size. So that whole, drink of 8 ounces a day is not it. You need to have at least, according to your weight size. So for me, I need to have at least 2 8-ounce bottles, 16 ounces every day. I know it's hard, especially if you're working and you got to go back and forth and stuff like that. But that's going to help with the digestive system. That's going to help with elimination, not only number one, but number two. Okay, let's clarify a little bit more about what's this root chakra. Now, with the spiritual prospects, again, you may be like wrestling with that, or are you may be trying to figure out, am I coming into a spiritual consciousness? The root chakra is where that kundalini, there's a spark that sets off and rises throughout your body. So you may be, contemplating about this, like, is this really true? What's going on? I'm having these kind of moments that I can't explain, or I can't really talk to anybody about it. All right, let's see what else is there. Save the snails. You're silly. What is this? Also, you can, while you're working on your root chakra, Tokyo, you can not only walk in your house barefooted, but you can also find stuff on YouTube. There's all kinds of like yoga poses, hertz frequencies that you can do for just a few minutes a day, that helps you get grounded in your root chakra. There are certain crystals that you can use as well. The red jasper is one of them, that helps with getting your root chakra back aligned. Okay, because that also has to deal with decisions. Again, this person is contemplating some things, so you may have a hard time with contemplating, making real big executive decisions. You may be too like flighty and too spiritual, meaning your crown chakra and your pineal is like really on point, really up there, but you're forgetting to keep yourself grounded. And so therefore there may be some issues there with boundaries, and how to keep your boundaries up from certain people, how to protect yourself while you're in this spiritual journey, or going through your awakening, your spiritual prosperity. Okay, let's see. Also, get, if you can, amethyst, which is like the granddaddy of one of the granddaddies of the crystals for spirituality as well. Helps with grounding, but it also helps with the heart chakra. It takes care of all of the chakras. as well. But if you specifically want to work on your root chakra, you would want to get the red jasper. Okay, and you can lay down on a yoga mat or on a towel or a blanket on the floor and put this red jasper by your private parts, and let that sit there, or you can put it right on your pelvic bone. And let that sit there, just again 5 minutes, 10 minutes, doing your meditation. And with the meditation, it's you remembering to be grounded, to come down to center, to come down into that earth, to feel. It's almost like you're going to have to use that imagination. Okay. Feminine energy. So you may be having issues with feminine energy. All right. Or female cycle. Okay, that could be another thing that's going on with you now too. You may be thinking, well, I'm too young to be having these type of things. It doesn't hurt to go get yourself checked out. But also, if you don't want to, you can always go, holistically. That's why I said incorporating, high fiber foods, green leafy vegetables. Cucumbers has a lot of water. If you don't like to drink water, you can eat a lot of cucumbers. Has the same content of water. Watermelons, so also great with the digestive system and getting and releasing a lot of the toxins. So yeah, again, I'm seeing woman. So we got the World card here clarifying this root chakra, and then the Wheel of Fortune. So it could be that you're coming to the cycle of life. There's, women at certain ages, we come to our cycle of life, and you just not knowing or who to go to, how to go to it. But also there is a spiritual connection in that as well. But really physically is what you need to work on. And the fact that the wheel and the world are both cycles, that's 10-10. There's this ending. So you could be technically ending what is known as your menstrual and going into, if you are in that age bracket. But I was young. I was 40, between 40 and 41 when I went into menopause, and my doctor was like, what, you too young. But it happened. Like my daughter, once my youngest went into her cycle, I automatically stopped. And he was just baffled by it. So, doing research with the Hermit card here, and just, finding different ways. Again, you may not have anybody to talk to about this. The doctors, like I said, my doctor was like, what? So getting a second opinion, or just doing things holistically, like I had mentioned. Okay. So let me see, what else do we have here? What is this Wheel of Fortune and the World card? And if this is what that is, it's going to be like I want to say easy. For some women, they've gone through a very hard time with their perimenopause or pre-menopause, or excuse me, or menopause, where they've had had a lot of hot flashes, a lot of war stories. I honestly only had hot flashes. That was it. And I didn't have the weight gain, the weight loss. I didn't have loss of appetite. Like, it was really heaven sent. So again, this is where, in spirituality, God sent, however you want to look at it, because look, everybody's up in the clouds. So this is giving me like heaven sent. There could be a reason why you might have gone through a lot of feminine health issues when you were younger and in your past, that now it's just like, you know what? I couldn't wait for this to happen, because now you don't have to worry about, any of those women issues. Not that they won't exist, but you're not going to have a hard time the way you were, in your younger years, if that makes sense for you. Okay, what is this? You could also look into joining a women's group, either online or locally, where they're women that are young and still, like going through some of the similar things where you are, because here it's like, well, who do I go to? Where do I even start with, trying to find out, or even just with diet, if it's not what's going on in, like, for the women, women issues. It's just like trying to find a proper diet, and maybe you're just wanting to change your direction. Now, again, for me, the reason why I changed my diet was all spiritual. It had nothing to do with me losing weight, uh, or it had nothing to do with my diet, is what I'm saying. Everything that I did in my diet, my change of diet, had to do with spiritual, because I wanted to be clear and free of my mind. So that could be something else that you may be going through with when you change your diet, like your mind, you see things clearly. You can be more in tune spiritually without having certain foods and processed foods in your system. And if you can't get a women's group, if you can't meet up with a women's group, you may start one yourself. Do something online, where you can get others to come and, you know, you may start teaching, or just starting, spearheading this, online group of women that are going through what you're going through, or just having a community. Okay. So we have the Six of Swords here, clarifying this World and Wheel of Fortune. And the Wheel of Fortune also is about money as well. So that's what I'm saying. If you start up something, either virtual or through brick and mortar, like a building, this is going to turn out to be a good profit. Okay. Yeah. The Six of Swords here is this moving away from the pain. So some things might have been painful, like I said, while being a young woman and having maybe a lot of feminine issues that just was causing so much, that now is a relief. It's really like a sigh of relief. Like, thank goodness this has happened to me. And I don't care how young I am. Like, I want it to be over with. And you starting up this kind of help group for others, because I never went to anything. I didn't even know. I don't know if that exists, or if it didn't exist. But you being able to now know a little bit more and doing some research, yeah, that Wheel of Fortune is going to bring you some money with doing with spearheading and getting something online and getting paid for it. Page of Pentacles here showing up, so that's about money as well. It's going to be a slow startup, but you may want to get some investors involved. um you could do GoFundMe, or just take whatever, if you're working, you could take some of the money that you have put aside and start setting something up for your own private business, because this is going to be international. This is going to be big with that World card there. It's going to be, mark my words, y'all heard it here first. This is going to be Tokyo. Is going to reach Tokyo, because we're not our mothers and grandmothers, the way, their feminine health issues were. We knew when we heard arthritis, it was, grandma was in her 80s or her 90s. No one really hears a 31-year-old woman, i.e. myself, with rheumatoid arthritis. Again, doctors looking at me like, you're too young, and all this stuff. Again, I know it because it was not in my family. So I had to really sit with myself on a spiritual level. And a lot of what I went through pushed me down into the spiritual hole, because I had to really find self and realize that whatever ailments that I was having is also something that can, it's pushing me in another direction. So you doing this is going to be changing a lot of young women, because like, who do you talk to when you go through full on menopause at like 45, when you know it to be for a woman of 65, right? All right, let's clarify this, and then we'll get you your love reading. You're welcome. Oh, pumpkin seeds are good too. Okay, cool. The Himalayas woman. See? Yes, yes, yes. The Seven of Pentacles. And look, she's got the tarot cards right there. Okay, so that's you again doing the research. Bottom of the deck is the Knight of Swords. So getting the intel, stuff is going to be moving really fast for you. And I feel like this is you like taking some of the work, the money that you have, maybe setting it aside and then, doing something online, right? You don't necessarily have to do a GoFundMe. You could just have whatever money you have and put it to the side and start slowly working up a website. It doesn't take much to build a website. And then, social media, you could be doing a TikTok, and boom, now you start getting clientele. And from there, you could just have this holistic, even if you go that route, because holistic is in, not that it's a fad, but I mean, it's definitely, people are very conscious about what they're eating. We know that certain foods upset our digestive system, our reproductive system, right? So you doing some research, getting your homework, and then starting up, a website, or just doing TikTok for starters, and then, working your way if you want to. But it's going to be very fortunate. It's going to bring you fortune, and it's going to reach people, especially if you're on TikTok. That definitely reaches people across the world. All right. So that is something definitely good to look into. And even if you don't know it, like just doing your research now, we put some stuff in here that can help as far as like food, changing diets, and then you start doing your own research. And once you start doing that, man, the sky's the limit. All right, let's get you a romance. Get your romance. Yeah, and you can also have a partnership. This could be a family member that may want to join on with you. Okay, or best friends, that's like a family member. They may even sponsor you or do a donation to you to get you started. All right, because you could be sitting up here, contemplating like, well, how am I going to get this done? And how, just contemplating. Because look, the man and this woman is just contemplating. They're thinking here, how did this happen? How do I get this done? Where do I get this done? And they're both talking about material and spiritual prosperity. Material is money for me. Is what I'm thinking. Right? So you could definitely have somebody, helping behind the scenes. All right. What is romance here? So we got engagement ring, higher commitment, partnership. This could be somebody who you are, if you're not engaged with, or, in a partnership. If you are in a partnership, this might be the person that may want to sponsor you, donate, and help you, start your business up. That's what love is. They do it from the bottom of their hearts. Okay, what else? Yep. So camera, making memories, learning from the past, and perception, and grounding, bottom of the deck. That is confirmation. You got stability, security, performance, growth, and endurance. Okay, so this person, if you haven't met them yet, again, you could be meeting them online, because it's geared towards women, but that doesn't mean that a man wouldn't be interested in hearing about, health and women's health. It's always good to have that knowledge, not being closed off. So somebody could be meeting you through social media. But if this is not the case, this is somebody that you are with, or you're in courting. I don't know what your love life is, but this is making memories. This is making things happen for you. They may have the camera equipment to set you up to, make things look professional, or do video takes and things of that nature. Again, the grounding, you definitely need to get grounded. You definitely need to know how to do those the root chakra grounding so that you are secure with yourself as well. Because yeah, this all sounds very great, but if you don't feel secure about it, you're not going to implement it. You're not going to push through. So when you're grounded and you're sure of yourself, things will fall into place. So just knowing how to get into that grounding mode. Let's clarify really quickly what's this camera, and then we're going to close out your reading, Tokyo. Awesome. She says, I will, Tokyo says, I will do a lot of research and more of them. Yes. Yeah, you got this. This is going to blow up. It's going to be a big thing because social media, you could even have somebody helping you do AI stuff. Like, sky's the limit, really. And I think you just need a little push to get you in that direction. And then once you're there, it's like, all right, now I know what to do. And you need to feel secure about it. You need to feel secure. And being grounded will definitely have that for you. It will definitely do that for you. All right, what's this camera really quickly? Learning from the past. Yeah. Page of Swords. Yeah, somebody's going to come in and help you with this project and get you on your way, because we got the Page of Swords here. Or is it Page of Knights? Yeah, Page of Swords. So that's like a messenger, a new beginning. You may not know them, so this could be somebody that you'll get to know, or if you do know them, they're kind of like the silent partner. Middle of the deck is the Seven of Swords here. Yeah, like the silent partner, somebody in the behind the scenes that will let you shine, that will let you, do you. Yeah, let you shine. You know, the Ten of Wands, let you, lights, action, camera, you're on. And they're just behind the scenes. They're taking all the burden. They're just letting you do you. So that's a great partner right there. That's somebody who's caring and loving. Um, they're knowledgeable. The Swords, this could be a Gemini, um, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Fire signs, Aries, Sagittarius, or Gemini. We got Earth sign here, Capricorn, Virgo, everything except for water signs. And I just throw that in so you may have an idea of who I'm talking about. Yeah, Sagittarius again, and Capricorn. So a lot of earth energy and a lot of earth energy, more earth energy. So again, that goes back to grounding, because earth has to do with grounding as well. So it may not be, the person's sign. That just is your message, again, to remind you, you need to get grounded. All right, so let's get you your your oracle, romance oracle, and your fortunate oracle, and then we're finished with your reading. Oh, thank you. Okay. Ooh, vacation. Somebody is at a distance. Somebody's long distance, kind of like Rosnetta. We got not a Nigerian, but somebody is definitely at a distance. They may be coming here to the States on vacation. You could be meeting them at a place, like I said, you also like meeting in a holistic or just somewhere where you're getting information. You could be meeting them there. Or you just really need to take a little break and a little vacation. You will be traveling soon. And that might even help broaden your eyes. You might even start doing your grounding and doing all this chakra work while you're outside of the state. Maybe the air is fresher, better, the water, whatever it is that's helping you. And that gives you that spark of, yeah, let me get to this, right? So you be taking that vacation. If you're not getting inspired right now, you will. Sorry, my cards fell. Okay, let's get you your fortunate card, and then we are done. Did I? Does anybody else want a reading before I head out? I think I got everybody. Mm-hmm. You know it now. That stuff that messes everybody up. But I found some stuff that I take. Zeolite. Zeolite, I think it is. And I give it to my family. It's a little dropper. It cleans out your body of heavy metals. I got it off of Amazon. Got good reviews. I also do chlorophyll droppers. That helps with purifying the blood and helps with deodorant and stuff. It's like a natural deodorant. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could do curing ourselves. Ooh, somebody's proposing. I mean, listen, Tokyo. Mm, mm, mm. This thing could move really fast. Somebody could be very in awe with you. Like, oh, she's a go-getter. I like this. She's business oriented. She knows, she's sure of herself, right? And then, throwing a little bit of that spirituality stuff, metaphysics. Yeah. Here we got snake. Your intuition and healing powers will guide you to a better path. Just be careful. There you go. And the snake is, gets a bad rap, but it's actually a very spiritual, a spirit animal. And that's 28 breaking down to 10. So there's that ending. There's this ending of the old you, metaphorically speaking, going into the new you with your intuition, with your new healing powers, right? Because if you start up this business that's helping other women dealing with their whatever ailments that's going on with them, that's healing. That's healing because you are now healing yourself and now you can heal others. We got Eagle, bottom of the deck. Number 9, you will soar towards your destiny and greater clarity and strength. Well, where do you get that? By being sure of yourself, by being grounded and doing all that good stuff to help you. See? So that is it. That's what I got for you guys. That's your message there, Tokyo. Good luck. I love to hear in the near future how this all plays out for you. And guys, you can hit me back on Foxy Moon _ spiritual alchemist. That is my IG, or you guys could just drop a comment in yeah. Right, Pink Alicia's like everybody's reading was dope. Like it was good. It wasn't, even if there was certain little in the middle of it, like shoot, everything else was good. So I'm gonna put my my IG in if anybody's interested. It was Spiritual Alchemist, and that was just Foxy Moon Premieres. I changed it. All right, so that's my IG page. I don't have TikTok. I'm just not into that. I was told to by one of my spiritual metaphysic brothers. He's like, you do so well if you did, with all your how you do readings and stuff. He said you do really good on TikTok. I was like, that was years ago. I was like, oh no, I'm still leery about TikTok. He's like, I'm telling you, you're gonna go far with that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Because my son said it to me the other day too. He's like, Ma, you should join TikTok. And I was like, isn't TikTok for kids though? He's like, no, there's adults there too. I was like, all right. I'm such a creature of habit. Oh, okay. Look at Pink bringing all the babies in. Got all her girls in here. That's good. It's a family affair. You two know. Thank you for participating and listening to everybody's readings. Yeah, next time you're gonna get your reading. I will be reminding you. No, it's all good. Do you? Okay, I might try it. I might get into it. Because he was saying that. He's like, Ma, he's like, you do those readings? He was like, you got people going to be coming in and watching you. And I'm like, but I don't even come on Instagram like that or or YouTube. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a creature of habits. That's all I got to say. My lotus. I appreciate y'all. I didn't even think to do this, and I just, listen to spirit. Said, go and do this little reading, mini readings. Haven't done it in forever. Oh, did it, Ping? It's your shutdown at 45. See, and I would have looked at you like, damn, that's young. Had I not known, had it not happened to me, I would have been like, wow, that's really young. And then my doctor, my primary was trying to give me like the estrogen and all this stuff, and I was like, no, for what? Like, you think I really want this anymore? Like, I'm good. I don't need to. I'm not having any more babies, so yeah, I don't got to worry about getting pregnant. If I want to do the damn thing, let's go. Let's rock and roll. But he was really like, oh, what happened to her? No, man, leave me alone. And like the women on my mother's side, my mother, my grandmother, they went through their regular cycle. I think it was like 50 something, like in their late 50s. Again, I was the first one that started a lot of stuff. That I was the only one, the first one, teenage mom. So I was a lot of stuff happened. I did a lot of stuff fast before my time. But I knew, spiritually speaking, that child was going to slow me down, and it was going to be a good thing that she did that for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to this day. I'd be probably strung out or 6 feet deep. And that's on everything. I was just moving too fast. Too fast. You like TikTok too? Okay. Maybe I'll set it up. I started Trends, but Trends is not like TikTok like that, but it's cool. You could talk to people there. It's almost like Facebook. Trends. It's almost like Facebook. But I'm like, the less social media I have, the better. I'm always like, somebody's looking for me. I don't want you to come look for me. I don't want nobody. Because I know they be looking. But yeah, and there was nothing physically wrong with that. My menstrual had just stopped. So, but I was happy. I was happy like a pig in mud. Couldn't tell me nothing. He was like, "Oh, we're gonna give you estrogen." No, you're not. I'm good right where I'm at. Mm-mm. Sometimes you gotta do your own diagnosis and stuff, because these doctors they don't even know. Like when I told my arthritis doctor, I was like, I get these flares heavy more so when I menstruate, and she was like, oh, I never heard about that. And I was like, okay, but I'm telling you, my flares come because it's hormonal more so when I get my menstrual. And sure enough, now that I don't have it, I don't get bad flares. I still get flares. I'm in chronic pain most of the day, most of the time. But I just handle it the best that I can. I'm not gonna try to be an invalid and just let it defeat me. But it's now coming out in reports that menstruation can cause bad flare-ups for people or for women who suffer from rheumatoid arthritis. And rheumatoid arthritis is different from osteoarthritis. Osteo has to deal with the bones, which is targeted only in those areas. So you could have it in your back, you could have it in your knees, in your shoulders or whatever. But rheumatoid arthritis is a little worse because it hits all of the joints everywhere. So at one particular point, I couldn't move from my neck all the way down to my feet. I was in such extreme pain. They had to take me to the hospital a couple of times just so they can pump me with some morphine so I can move. But yeah, because it hits all the little joints, your fingers, your toes, the hips. Where else? Yes, in the knees, but everywhere like you bend, and it's totally different. And yeah, I had went through so much with that. I had to do like what it's like equivalent to what chemotherapy is. I had to do infusions, but I was hooked up like on the chemo shit. Almost I coded twice. Almost died taking their medications. That's what I'm saying. I was like, wait, what? And so when I heard about Dr. Sabi and CMOS and stuff, I was like, listen, let's figure this out. But I really wanted to change my diet because more of a spiritual thing. I heard if you take the chlorophyll and you take something else, I can't remember at the time now, that it helps clear the pineal gland, decalcifies it. And I was like, wow. I was really fascinated. So I just went on this search of self and started changing a lot of stuff in my diet. I don't eat pork. I don't eat red meat. I don't have dairy. Don't eat eggs. If I do, it may be like once a year. I definitely do drink a lot of water. A lot of water. But yeah, it was really not even so much about my diet because I had arthritis, but it was more just a spiritual thing for me. But however anybody finds to change a diet, is always a good thing. It's always a good thing. Yeah, Pink, that shit was wild, man. They say you wouldn't want to wish certain things on your worst enemy, like nah, and I don't got love for the enemies, but I wouldn't want to wish that for nobody. Because at the time, my youngest was 2 years old too, so I couldn't even help her get dressed anymore. Like my oldest daughter would have to get her dressed. And on top of that, I was still working a full-time job in the hospital, a high stressful environment. On top of that, I was working at in the pediatric liver department. So that, I believe that's what caused my body to just cut down, because I was just stressed, having some stuff at home going on. My son was acting up. I had a little 2-year-old. I had a teenager. My husband, it was just a mess. It was a mess. And my body, God said, oh, we're going to do this again. Take 2. And you're going to sit your ass down. Because you're trying to leave. I was trying to leave the department and I couldn't for some strange reason. I just could not get out of that department. And when I did, and I interviewed to get out of it, the next day, the woman who hired me dies. God rest her soul, but she died. And I cried because I wanted to get out of my department so bad. It was that bad. And she died on me. So I couldn't. God was like, I'm going to take you out. But I was like, damn, did you have to make me sick like this? I mean, painkillers, I was up to like 10 different pills. Madness. And all at the age of 31. So again, nobody in my family, not especially on mother's side. The only one I knew who had arthritis, and that was osteoarthritis, was my great grandmother, and she was like 80 something years old. My mother doesn't have it. So my grandmother kept saying, "No, I think it's stress. I think that's what got to you." I was like, so be it. Yeah, Molly. Maybe, but maybe I'm turning it into super. Exactly. That's what it is. And so then this started happening. This whole started happening here, and I wasn't realizing what that was about. And my grandmother passed away, and that was like it set this uh Goku or Goku or something. It set that off on me, and I wasn't because I never was into cars. Now my mother's great grandmother she was a spiritualist. She did tea leaves. She was from Grenada, but they didn't really talk too much about like what she was doing. It was at those times it's like behind closed doors. You don't talk about that stuff, but they knew. And her daughter was gifted. Her and my grandfather, he was born with a veil over his eyes. This is all on my mother's side. So it makes sense that all the stuff that's happened to me, like what I'm doing now, like, oh, okay, that's coming from over there. But trust me, I wasn't looking for doing some cards and doing readings. It's like, what? What? I don't know nothing about that, but I started studying. I was reading up on it. I bought so many books. I got so many decks, just, practicing on myself, being like a what they call apprentice, you know. Watched a few of the YouTube readers that I liked, that I knew that was on point, and then just started doing things my way. What felt comfortable for me. And I wasn't feeling comfortable about this because I was like, well, I reading to people, like, what if I'm not saying the right thing? What if it's not making sense? AKA pink sugar. What if I'm not reaching them? And I just started off on Instagram, like just doing general readings, like not for anybody in general, not for anybody specifically. And Yellow Jesus was like, you got it, Foxy. Shout out to Yellow Jesus for seeing something in me. And like my husband did, but he wasn't like, yeah, you should go on social media with that. He was just letting me rock out. And then another friend too, he kind of was like hinting to go on social media, but I was like, nah, what if I'm not saying the right thing? And I don't know what I'm really doing because this is like my first experience. But with practice and, just letting God go through and not being in possession, not letting somebody possess me. Before somebody be like, oh, we knew it. She's a demon. No, it was just removing my knowledge and letting the subconscious spiritual aspect of it come in so that I can relay my messages and then step out, because it's not my messages. And it may seem off at times to people because it's like, oh, that didn't happen, or no, that's not. And then sure enough, later down the line, though, it comes to pass. So sometimes the readings don't necessarily hit the mark right away at the first time. And that's, people have that expectation when they hear about readings. They want it to be it's like they want to hear what they want to hear, and they want, like, there's that expectation of, whatever it is that they're hoping to get out of it. And For me, it doesn't work that way, because it's more like spirit. It's more like God is going to give you the message that you need, not what you want. And it may sound sideways or off the wall because it most likely hasn't happened yet. And the spirit moves lightning speeds ahead of us. So by the time we get the message to what it really is, it could be months down the line. And that's how far ahead that they've been with this. So we just have to catch up. Um, but I never will tell anybody what they like to hear. You know, when I do the readings, it's usually I'm gonna tell you what I see in front of me, and then you can come in and say, "Oh yeah, that happened," or "No, that does not make sense. That's not, you know, that's not getting it." And then I'll come back and try to figure it out and see, you know, if what can make sense to you. But if it's still not, then there's something there that you have to figure it out for yourself. And you may not get it on that first reading. You may have to do a second reading or third reading for it to be like, oh, okay. And each reading will come out a little differently. It may not even talk about what happened the last time. When Pink Sugar and I did her readings, her readings actually was the opposite. It kept, every time she was reading, it was always hinting back to a particular person, and the same cards would show up, like uncanny. And I'm doing it face to face so she could see I'm not just picking the same card just to show. It was shuffling. When I shuffled, that was the card, and it kept showing up. So in her case, and that's an example of where I could say sometimes the readings will continuously pick up from the last reading. But um uh Wally and I've done the readings, and they don't, sometimes it'll like skip. It may circle back to a particular reading, but it's always like almost something a little different. So it just depends. It depends on what spirit wants us to know at that moment. But they move ahead of time, and the only time they go backwards is if they want us to see or show us a deceased ancestor that either has a message to tell you or just wants you to know that they're there with you. But that's the only time I'll ever channel a deceased person. I don't particularly, I'm not a medium in that sense where I don't have them coming to me. I'm not, what's her name, Whoopi Goldberg in Ghost. That is way above my pay grade. I would not want anybody to enter me like that. Consent or no consent. Again, that's way above my pay grade. So I would say I'm more of a channeler than a medium. But that would be the only time that um, a deceased loved one, especially if they're close to that person that I'm reading, like if they were a family member that was really close to them in their physical life, they'll show up in the reading. Just sometimes just to let them know that they're there. Like, I'm still here, I'm watching over you. I'm not, or there is a message that they need to tell you. Sometimes they bring a loved person to you, and you're like, well, what? But they see a person that you might not know or see that's right for you. And this has happened with one of my peoples, and her guy's family and her family were in cahoots with each other in the spirit world to bring these two together. So it could be what they call, karmic spirit families, something that needed to play out, to finish the cycle. So yeah, there's sometimes where the families in the spirit world are conspiring for you to meet, whether it be your significant or just somebody you needed to hash out some experiences with, and then that's it. What other things that can come up in a reading? I mean, that's pretty much it. Definitely you could find somebody, someone could show up in the reading unexpected, unassuming. This person is not on your radar, and AKA Pink Sugar, and they just keep showing up, very persistent. Like, I don't care what happens, I'm still gonna be here. Um, and that is the only one I have to say that even to this day, like in her reading, like there's this person that's just very persistent that just shows up and is like, I'm not going nowhere. No other person I've read for that shows up like that. Like very bold, just very like, I'm here. Um, so yeah, that's interesting. Um, Honestly speaking, I haven't had a reading where I had to like tell someone their loved one passed away, like it's going to pass away. Thank goodness. I hope I don't ever have to. That is one message that I do not, you know, I had to do it in the physical for my own family. I could only imagine having to do it for, a stranger like that. So I haven't had that, thank goodness, of telling someone about someone passing. But there are situations where I do tell them that, this person, that the deceased one is here. So they'll show themselves, and I would have to just ask the person, were they in the Navy, or were they military, were they a cop, were they a nurse, was they, something that would let them know, like, oh, yep, that's them, so that they know I'm not pulling shit out of my hat and just guessing, because in the cards it'll show that. So I'll just confirm it with the person I'm doing the reading with, and then they'll know that's who it is that is showing up. Again, they just like to like hang out in the sidelines and just be acknowledged. They may have a message here and there, but for the most part, it's like letting their person I'm doing the reading for know, like, I'm your guardian, or I am here. Either I've always been here, or I'm here, or I'm here for the moment, or whatever the case may be. But there, I would say 9 times out of 10, I do get someone who's crossed over or transitioned over to the other side come up in a reading. So um, yeah, and that's pretty much it. Pink. Yeah, I refuse to do that. Yeah, I don't want nobody to sit. So I don't know what can happen after that, and I don't want them to think that that's okay, that they can keep doing it. Aw, thank you, my pink delicious. She says, I only trust you. Thank you. Wally says, preach too much future telling. I mean, Wally, Wally's like, but I need to know now. Like, is this right now? And I'm like, Wally. Me and Wally always go on Scooby-Doo chases. Yeah, and see, Pink, you acting up because they'll tell you, and you just like, la la la, mm-hmm. Aw, lucky. Yeah, that was wild when you told me that. Aw, poor baby. That was one. We were like an hour in deep doing Pink's reading, and it was just like, and she's like, I think it could be this person, but I don't know. And sure enough, this person came out of left field, presenting themselves. So strangers could show up in your reading, and you just like, well, I don't know this person. No, you're not going to know them because they're strangers. But they'll let me see either an initial or something that they have, something that when you see them in real time, you'd be like, okay, this is who Foxy was talking about. Like, oh shit, this makes perfect sense. And things have come to pass. And, unfortunately, sometimes it's not the greatest thing. And I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, but I am just the messenger. And it's like, do you hold that back? I don't ever hold back the reading. I have to just tell it as it is. She calls me every day because you're the mama figure, the mama figure for him. And as cancers, that's part of our thing is the mama figure. And you're the only one that really listens to him, or he listens to you. So probably does, he doesn't have that type of thing in his life. Yeah, man, Blues Clues. So, all right, cheese. Oh, that was fun. I had fun doing this. I haven't done that in a couple of months. Oh, thank you, Lotus. Lotus says we trust you because you always tell the truth. Yeah, apparently I'm cracking the whip in here. Sorry. But I appreciate y'all trusting me. And that was my biggest thing first and foremost was like, I hope that they trust me with the message that I give, that it makes sense to them. And even if it comes off like a little harsh, again, it's all coming from a place of love, the tough love. Because I will want somebody to tell me like it is. Yeah, it's gonna hurt me, you know, maybe bruise my little ego, but it's like, damn, just tell me it, because and then let me decide, let me do whatever I do with my feelings, but tell me that shit. So that's how I do with you all. It's just I would rather not sugarcoat it, just tell it like what it is. And that's what's good about the private readings, because in the private readings we can let it all hang out and just be like, yo, but when it's around everybody else, I got to keep it at a certain, without divulging too much. So thank you for trusting me, because that's my biggest like fear was like they don't trust, they don't believe, and then I'm just sitting here trying to do it, and I try to be as authentic as possible, so you guys, again, being that Cancer that you want to have in your life. So you could be like, yo, that's my friend, that's my peoples. I know Foxy's gonna have my back. Even if she can't have my back physically, I know she's gonna have my back. She's not gonna steer me wrong. I'm not gonna tell y'all something about somebody coming through and just gassing you all up, making you think, oh, so the new love of your life is coming in. No, that's not me. I won't do it. You could go to other readers and let them gas you up. But I will tell you, nah. My little one always gets a reading. She knows every first of the month she gets a reading from me. So I'm like, damn, it's already June. She came to me the other day, Mom, when you get to my readings? I give her her readings and she never wants to listen. And then she comes back a couple of days later and starts telling me about how certain things played out in school. And I was like, I said, didn't they say? She's like, I'm tired of you and your people, meaning the spirit guys. She was like, you guys are just always talking. I'm like, you better watch how you talk to them. She's like, yeah, they were right. They were right. So you don't want to hear it, don't come to me. Don't come to us. But so yeah. Yeah, it was cool. You missed the fun in the mini readings. Yeah. Love you too, my Lotus, my little sis, and my pink delicious. You said broke ass. Ooh. I mean, well, I believe the moment things start clicking, I know you was on it for sure. Yeah, and it's starting to click for you, Wally. You haven't really been like too much Foxy. And remember, and Foxy, I just have one more question, Foxy. And Foxy. And I said, Wally, I don't. I don't write these things down, but I think I should start writing. But I feel, for me, I feel like if I write you all's reading down, it's almost like intrusive because it's not for me. But in order to remember what was said, then I'm like, okay, I should write down. So I write down like maybe like little key things, a word here or there, but to actually write the whole reading down, I'm like, this is it's not my reading. And then it's like going to me going back and forth looking at your stuff. I don't need to know that. I don't really need to remember it because that's so much on top of my own shit that I got going on. No, I'll let y'all you guys could figure it out. Lotus, thank you. Because that's what he does. Wally tries to negotiate, and I'm like, there's no negotiating here with them. Like, I don't, like, no, you can't negotiate with spirit. Like, they're gonna tell you just what it is, and you're gonna have to follow or don't follow. But you're like, well, can it be on my time at this day at this place? And don't work that way. Yeah, I love how you do your thing. Pink has it on uh real recording. Like she's got us. She goes back and rewind. Okay, let me hear what you said. Um, I think it was Nikki. She was like, "How do you have it where you can do?" I guess we were trying to StreamYard and stuff, and it just was not letting me happen. And I was like, "Girl, you're gonna have to get that good old pen and paper and write it down. I'll go slow, and that's how we're gonna work this out. Write it down." I think a couple of Rosnetta too had to write it down. But I take my time. I don't speed through it, and I like to show the cards to you all so you can see what I'm looking at. That's probably why the readings go so long because I just talk so much. But I want you to feel the same experience that I'm going through. I want you to see what I'm seeing so that you understand it. You know, when I had my very first reading in 2019, not only was there a language barrier because it was a Dominican woman, but the cards that she was using, not cards that I've seen. I think they were like the old school Rider Waite or whatever. So I'm looking at them and I don't understand it. And she wasn't really like breaking it down of what those cards, she was giving me my reading. So that was another experience of, when I do my readings, I would like to show people and break down what the cards mean because each card has a different sign, symbol, like pentacles, the coins, and it stands for earth, so I'm teaching while, explaining. And that's probably why the readings go a little longer than they should. But it's just, I want y'all to really understand what I'm looking at so you understand. So even if you don't understand it, it's just me as like the teacher in me to help people understand what it is that I'm seeing so that maybe it can make some sense. But that was one of the lessons that I had when I was doing my reading, when she was doing my reading. So she was Dominican too, so she's speaking in Spanish, and I understand a little bit, but her relaying the message, and there was a translator there, but it it was like she's just reading it, and I was like, okay, well, my method is going to be, I will give the message, but I like to show you and explain like what the swords mean, because that's what I did. I learned the different, I guess they're like coats, like in regular playing cards. Just something to help other people understand what I'm reading, so that, like I said, it can make some sense for them, even if they don't know what the hell that is. They just looking at it like, okay, gotcha. Um, oh my goodness. Oh, Lady Fresh sent me a little donation. Not a little donation, but thank you. Thank you, Lady Fresh. And Bagnetta, thank you. Oh, oh, thank you guys. So sweet. Aw. Oh, thank you guys. So yeah, just something for y'all to understand. That's all. But I guess we'll go. We'll go now. Yes. Be screen recording too, and then I go back and watch the recordings when I see something that resonates, and I'll be like, yeah. I don't recall. You know, it's probably because I'm not so tech savvy. But Pink was good with that, setting up stuff and putting it on the StreamYard and telling me, no, if you go here, you set it on private, unlisted, I said, oh, okay. So I got this. But me, like if I'm gonna do a reading, somebody does a reading for me. The pen and paper, I swear, because I'm such a little old lady, I'll be like, okay, hold on, what now? What does the Ten of Pentacles mean again? The lovers? You said it's Gemini. Who's a Gemini? So, yeah, it's just being a little old lady. Wally writes this down. Wally's old school. Wally's old school. So it was good. It was real good today. See, Friday the 13th, we made it. We made it fun. We made it positive. We made it productive. We made it lucky. Salute to Lucky. Tell him, keep his head up. Keep his head up. Yeah. All right, y'all. So thank you again. And yes, the personal readings is on quiet mode for right now. But check the community page for any updates, or just whatever I post. Sometimes I like to post like inspirational stuff or things that are happening celestially speaking. Like we have Jupiter in Cancer right now. So I think a lot of that luck is coming through from Jupiter. It's giving us this abundance of things. So that's going to last us for the next 12 months. Expansion. So that's what Jupiter represents. And that could be expansion on, economics, family, lovers, friends, all good things positive. And it's in the sign of Cancer. And Cancer is mother. Cancer is nurturing. Cancer is love. Cancer is friendship. Cancer is reliability. It's dependability. So yeah, that Jupiter sitting in there. This is gonna be a great time for us Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus, or wherever you have Cancer in your chart. But the predominant main four is where it's going to be exalted at, where Cancer is going to really be doing some things for us. So all you Cancers, Pink, we're gonna be doing good things. Things are gonna be good. Oh, well, so now you're video recording now? Okay, Wally. Yeah, so check the community section out. I will be doing Cancer season. Maybe the 27th of this month, because it will be Cancer season. But the end of the month, that's why I had to look, because my little one's graduation is coming up. She's graduating from high school. Be a mess. So yeah, the 27th probably, or it'll just be sometime the first week of July. That's all. Okay, Wally. North Node is in Cancer, so that's going to be good too. Because because the North Node is what the spiritual aspects are when anything is in that North Node, and then Cancer is the empaths, the seers, the mystics, intuition. So that's going to be a good look for you too, Lotus. We ended like swimwear. All right, y'all. Everybody that came through, I appreciate you all. Those that will be catching the replay, I know it's a little lengthy. You could skip the after the 1 hour mark, I guess, because that's when I started doing the personal readings. And have a good, safe rest of the weekend. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Peace.